Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you so much, Alini, the MC of today, and to Dr. Kartini, the coordinator of the subject, and to the rest of the students who are making it, to Fatir, our alumni, and happy to see you here. Thank you so much for coming to the event. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate everyone for being able to make it to the seminar on new media and Islam. And I know that I understand that this only for the fourth year students, the participation, but I hope that other students, the third and second year, could also come and witness the seminar because it's going to be very, very much beneficial for them. The seminar basically consists of the presentation of their final year student. I think generally it is on that. And the final year project, or we call it Project Ilmiah, it is a very important subject to sort of kept your fourth year study as a new media graduates. I understand that a lot of you, including a group of my students, are still struggling to, getting the data, and currently you are presenting the progress of your research. And I think that's what makes research and this seminar challenging, but at the same time exciting and interesting. This is where you would think critically. This is where you would go on the field to find your data and really to make sense of what we have been learning for the past 2 or 3 years. For us, we are social scientists. When we are doing research, our research, I would say it's not easy, because this is because we are trying to understand the society, we're trying to understand the social lives, and it is not like a hard science where it is A or B. It is a phenomenon, it is something that you need to observe for a long time, and it is very, very much relevant to what's happening. What's more, we are a new media, program in the new media fields, in the digital media, and of course, it makes it more relevant than probably, arguably than any other fields that is happening today. When you look at it, Twitter, look at the Facebook, look at the flooding disasters happening to Malaysia, and how the netizen reacts to it. And it is I would understand that, like, every one of us, are looking into our social media, wanting to know what's happening. That's just shows how important digital media in people's life, and how it really shapes the way we think, the way we act, and the way we deliver information. Although this is sort of a small scale research, but I would like to assure you that it is a very, very important one. I remember doing my undergraduate research project, and how it's really sort of shaped the endurance of my mental ability, to think about something. And it truly helps when I go to work later, because I know that it's different from you're doing assignment, in class, where you're just doing it probably for a couple of hours, but this is where you would give sort of like your whole semester into this. It sort of ready you to go into the workplace and to think about the project and how to finish it. So I wish all of you a successful presentation and seminar. Let us ask questions. Let us help each other. Let us think critically so that we would understand better how our society works in the era of digital media. That's all for me. Thank you so much again to those who have help to make the seminar come through. With that, I would like to officiate the seminar on New Media and Islam 2021. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Prof. Dr. Faizal bin Kasmani for the opening speech and for inaugurating the seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Kartini binti Kamaruzaman, the course coordinator of Seminar on New Media and Islam, to give a speech. With all due respect, please welcome.
Right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Alini. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and congratulate you for conducting the seminar. And may Allah reward your hard work and also your efforts. I would also like to welcome our Dean, Professor Madya, Dr. Faizal Kasmani, and also for all lecturers and also students. Thank you for your participation and support. Thank you, Dr. Faizal. Today's seminar, I think that it is on us to think about digital media and what better future that we can serve. I think that we are in the era which new and digital platforms keep evolutionized and keep evolving, right? So hence, I think we need to think how with digital media can serve for a better future. And I think a part of that, such as online spaces that have become a place where people meet and live a large portion of their social lives. And we live in a world where our digital technologies that are increasingly intersecting with spiritual life, with our religious beliefs. And we can see that social media become an important public platform for individuals, for example, to practice and or to discuss their religious belief, our religious beliefs. And in fact, if we see the technological innovation that give rise to the new form of creative outreach, for example, for religious education and for resources, and we also see, for example, digital media influence our religious practices and our everyday life, such as we read the Quran, for example, through web or application or using digital technologies to spread da'wah. Therefore, in conjunction of today's seminar and with the team Digital Media for a Better Future, I think we need to think as Muslim, what can we serve for the better ummah. And other than that, I think that I believe that today's poster presentation will bring forth some of the answers to various issues in the research field. And without further ado, I will briefly explain how the presentation will be evaluated. As you have been informed that there are several components in the rubric for presentation. Let me check this, okay. So for poster, you will be evaluated based on the structure of the poster with 10 marks, and then design and visual aid to communicate the content, that's going to be 10 marks. And then you will also be be evaluated in terms of the content. That is, the first one is organization of content, 10 marks. And then research background, research problem, 5 marks. Research question and research objective, 5 marks. Theory and methodology, 5 marks. Conclusion, 5 marks. And also the way that you deliver the knowledge on the topic of the research, that's going to be 10 marks. And then the style of presentation will also be evaluated. That is, in regards to oral presentation, clarity, 5 marks. Confidence and professional, 5 marks. And then the language that you use to present, 5 marks. And also the ability for you to commit in terms of timing. That's going to be 5 marks too. And then the final thing that will be evaluated in this presentation, poster presentation, is that the aspect of on how you respond to the questions. So they're going to be 2 questions, and the first question going to be 10 marks, and also the second question going to be 10 marks. So the overall total marks will be 100 marks for that. So without further ado, and without taking a lot of time, I would like to say all the best to all of you, and hopefully you will do your best in order to present your research, poster research, inshallah. Thank you very much, and back to Alini MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kartini binti Kamaruzzaman, for the speech. Now, we will continue with our next agenda. For information, we have prepared a teaser video for you. Without further ado, please enjoy this video. Thank you for the video teaser. For our beloved lecturers, after this, we will proceed with the presentation. You may continue to stay or to leave the seminar. We also appreciate it for your time and support today. Thank you. Ladies
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Faizal.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. All the best, yeah.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pass our seminar to the next MC, Fariza Farah Amani binti Muhammad Fuzi, for her to proceed with the presentation. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. I am Fariza Farah Amani Muhammad Fuzi, and I'll be the MC until at the end of the seminar. Therefore, before we start with our first session, let's go through to our main theme of this seminar first. With the theme Digital Media for a Better Future, as this seminar is organized in order to increase an awareness among participants regarding digital world. And under this main theme, we'll be having 6 sub-themes, and these sub-themes I will inform you further during the session. Okay, everyone, I know that the presenters definitely very nervous right now. So without wasting our time, let's just proceed with the first session. We're gonna start with the first session with the first sub-theme, digital media and education. There'll be 6 presenters for this sub-theme. And this sub-theme, the presenter is going to present regarding the use of social media in regards with academic performance. For information, at the end of each presentation, there'll be Q&A session. And each participant will be asked 2 questions. And if you would like to ask question, you may click the hand raise up button, or you can leave your question in the comment section. And I think we may start with the first presenter. Without further ado, I would like to invite Nur Ashikin binti Muhammad Zain with the topic social media trend and its influences on students' academic performance. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. My name is Nur Ashikin binti Muhammad Zain. Today, I would like to present my academic poster of seminar on new media and Islam. The title of my research is Social Media Trend and its Influence on Students' Academic Performance. Alright, for the research background, social media have changed the practice of people, including students, who are not only used for access the information, but in their education. This trend has the tendency to influence students on academic performance. Next, for the problem statements, according to Ashley Hughes 2019, due to the impact of COVID-19, the pandemic has started to threaten humans. This included the risk posed by the COVID-19 on academic institutions. The students study remotely, rely heavily on technology and social media platforms. Therefore, it is necessary to examine the trends. Next, for the research questions, first of all, what is the kind of trending on social media that may influence students' academic performance? And secondly, how the trend of social media influences students' academic performance? And lastly, why students choose social media as a platform to improve their academic performance? Next, for the research objective, I focused first one to identify the kind of trending on social media that may influence students' academic performance. Secondly, to explore how the trend of social media influences students' academic performance. And lastly, to examine the factors students choose social media as a platform to improve their academic performance. Next, for the theory, I'm using the social development theory and practices from Medley James. According to Medley James 2014, social development is feasible to achieve social development goals. This theory states that the use of social media in e-learning signifies the end of distance education. Next, for methodology, I'm using qualitative method involving in-depth semi-structured interviews with five participants among students are conducted through online platform. The interviews takes around 20 to 30 minutes for the participants to answer the questions. And I'm using the platforms such as Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and video call in WhatsApp. Last but not least, the impact. This study will aid understanding on the aspect of social media trend that may influence students' academic performance. At the current phase, the research found out that the trend on social media tend to influence students. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to Nur Ashikin for the knowledgeable information sharing. So now let's just proceed with the Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if there is any of the lecturer or the participant would like to ask question.
All right, so maybe I can start first.
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
All right, so Ashikin, thank you so much for your presentation. I think that the poster is really well done. In terms of that, I would like to ask regarding point number 7, that is the impact So you indicate there that this study will aid understanding on the aspect of social media trend that may influence student academic performance. So I would like to know more regarding, for example, maybe you can indicate 1 or 2 points with some examples. What is the aspect of social media trending that you see that will actually influence students' academic performance based on your research?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, madam, for the questions. Okay, for the understanding on the aspect of social media trend, I think I can elaborate from the aspect before this. As we know, before COVID-19, we have face-to-face in learning, right? Okay, so when COVID-19 presence is our world, there is a trend which is the student will what we call it as students will learning in on their laptop, on their devices, and we can see that we can call it as online distance learning, right? So the aspect of social media trend, this happened when it changed from the face-to-face to the online distance learning. So I think this is one of the aspect that social media trend is happen to the students. Is it I'm answering the question, madam?
Probably, inshallah. So I can see that there's a trend that you mentioned about
Yes.
the changes from previously we learned offline and then face to face, and then now currently we are in the midst of learning through online environment, through Teams, for example, and Goals. So I can see that one of the point that you mentioned there. Thank you very much. And back to MC, if you would like to welcome any of the presenters or even participant to ask question.
Thank you, madam, for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Doctor. So now let's move to the second question. So is there anyone who would like to ask?
I'm sorry, I am asking for Shikin. So, how many questions that you provided to answer for participant to answer, Shikin?
Okay, thank you, Mimin, for the questions. I think it's quite good questions because so far I'm conducting 5 questions to the participants, which is with different university students, such as I will choose from the UUM students, UITM, or UIA students. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you for the
Is
question.
there any questions?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that is all from the first presenter. Thank you for your sharing today. Here, I would like to give some summarization about the previous topic, where this study is really could enhance the understanding regarding the social media trends that could influence students' academic performance. And students really need to control their activities on the social media because it might give a negative impact on their education. So now presenters and participants, I've done some research and regarding to an addiction on social media. And guess what? I found a 24 years old woman was dismissed from her job because she used Facebook excessively for at least 5 hours a day and continuously check it instead of working during her working hours. And we are in alarming situation when the addiction on the social media become more serious from time to time. And the next presenter will discuss more regarding to this issue with the topic social media addiction and its effect on academic performance, a study among the students of Faculty of Leadership and Management USIP. Please welcome Wan Muhammad Sayuti bin Wan Roni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Muhammad Sayuti bin Wan Roni, matric number 118 to 190. Okay, so today I will present about my research. For my research topic is social media addiction and its effect on academic performance, a study among the students of Faculty of Leadership and Management USIM. Okay, so the first I will go through about introduction. Okay, so social media are interactive technologies that facilitated the creation and sharing information, ideas, interests, and other form of expression through virtual communities and network. Okay, so the next is problem statement. Okay, everyone know social media have many advantage, but for me, in this research problem is the social media also have disadvantage. Social media addiction is very dangerous for student university, especially Faculty of Leadership and Management. Okay, in my research, also have research question and research objective. Okay, for the research question, the first is to explore the perception regarding of social media addiction among FKP students. The second is to examine why FKP students become addicted to social media. The third is to examine the effect of social media addiction on academic performance among FKP students. Okay, for the research objective, the first is what is the perception of FKP student regarding social media addiction, and the second, why FKP students become addicted to social media, and the third is what are effect of social media addiction on academic performance FKP students. Okay, for the theory, I choose social influence theory in my research. I choose the theory because I think this theory is very suitable with my research. Okay, for information, this theory refer to how the user on social media get influence and addiction with social media. Okay, for the method, for the research method, I use qualitative method such as semi-structured interview and sampling. Okay, for the target is on my interview is from student of Faculty of Leadership and Management USIM. Okay, 5 people will involved in my interview. Okay, for the conclusion, what I understand about my research. Okay, so the social media addiction will influence student university among their academic performance. I think all of students of leadership and management use the social media on their academic performance. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to Tuan Muhammad Sayuti for the great sharing. We will continue with the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, you are free to ask anything related to this topic. Please welcome.
Okay, so I think that I will start. Okay, so Sayuti, are you there? Sayuti, are you there? I cannot see your video.
Yes, madam.
Okay. All right. Okay, I can see you now. Okay, so Sayuti, thank you very much for the presentation. Just my comment is that the layout of your poster, it's kind of confusing. And I would like to ask you specifically in terms of your research background, because you just said that social media is an online communication network that can connect users from around the world. So I cannot see, sorry, are you okay? So I cannot see the connection. I cannot see the connection or the background that specifically address the aspect of social media addiction and also academic performance, because it is too general. Because you mentioned about social media, online communication network, connect users from around the world. So what is specifically, if you can tell us the background, why you are doing this research specifically in regards with social media addiction and also academic performance. Probably you missed the aspect of academic performance here, so maybe you can explain to us.
Okay, thank you, madam, for the question.
I choose to make this research because I think nowadays everyone knows social media is very dangerous for all. If social media not controlled by themselves, so I choose to do this research because I think this I want to study how the student university student of Faculty of Leadership and Management get addiction with social media, and maybe will affect their academic performance. Hello? That's all, madam, from me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Doctor. And now let's move to the second question. Anyone would like to ask question?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I have a question. I have a question. In this research, why do you choose the qualitative method to collect your data? So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for Arman for the question. Okay, so I choose the method because I think qualitative research comes from open-ended question. It collect data in different way instead of providing question. Qualitative research allow people to be themselves during the research process. In return, researchers are able to invest with greater, so they can search through recording to find new data. That's all from me. Thank you.
I think that is all for the Q&A session. Thank you for the answer, presenter. And for me, from what has been shared by the presenter just now, as a student and also as the social media user, even myself, I couldn't deny that the social media really helps me in order to enhance my understanding regarding to the certain topic. We always use WhatsApp to discuss about our study, and YouTube also really helpful to find extra information. But social media has its drawback, and all of it will be dependent on us. And now, presenters and participants, for your information, the number of Facebook users grew from 299 million to 302 million from 2020 to 2021. I am sharing this information because our next presenter will highlight the most popular and the largest platform in the world, which is Facebook, in her sharing. Without further ado, let me invite you, the next presenter, Nur Syasha Etika binti Muhammad Pisul, with the topic, the acceptance of Facebook application as a learning tool among USIM students. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Syasha Etika binti Muhammad Fisal, and my matric number is 1182198. My research title is The Acceptance of Facebook Application as a Learning Tools Among USIM Students. Firstly, research background. As we know, COVID-19 has prompted institutions all around the world to adjust their teaching techniques to the epidemic and shift away from conventional face-to-face learning. So, the study is exploring the acceptance of Facebook application as a learning tool among USIM students. Next is research problems. Face-to-face lessons had to be cancelled because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and some students' acceptance of the shift to mass online learning is a source of controversy. Third is research questions. First, why students choose Facebook as a learning tool? And what the usefulness of Facebook as a learning tool among students? And lastly is what are difficulties students experience while using Facebook as a learning tool? Next is research objective. Firstly, to explore why students select Facebook as a learning tool. to examine Facebook usefulness as a learning tool among students. And lastly is to identify difficulties with students' use of Facebook as a learning tool. My research theory is I choose technology acceptance model, which is TAM. Technology acceptance model, one of the most extensively used research models for forecasting individual users' adoption and usage of information system and technology. So for my method is I use the qualitative method, and data collecting technique that I use is one-on-one interview. And lastly is impact research. So we can see that it's crucial to compare students' impression of Facebook's use and acceptance as a learning tool during the epidemic. Not forget, I would like to thank to Dr. Ainuriza Marahim and Dr. Kartini Kamaruzaman. Also, all participants, seminar on new media and Islam. Thank you. That's all from me.
What a good sharing. Thank you, Nur Shasha Etika. Now we'll continue to the Q&A session. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Okay, so thank you, Sasha. Okay, the good presentation, clean poster. I have a question for you that is regarding your research question and also that going to link with your research objectives. So the third point in your research question indicates that what are difficulties students experience while using Facebook as a learning tool, which I think that it's a good question that link back to the research objective, that is to identify the difficulties with student use of Facebook as a learning tool. But there is another question there in the third point in your research question, that is the continuation of how did they overcome the challenges. So maybe you can help us to enlighten how can you address that in your research objective, because I think in your research objective you state that to identify difficulties with student use of Facebook, that going to link to the aspect of difficulties, but how are you going to address how did they overcome the challenge? I think this is reflect the solution, not only identifying difficulties, but to get the answers from the participants, ways to overcome. That is the solution in order for them to to highlight or maybe to overcome the difficulties. So that's my question. Maybe you can enlighten me how you can address or maybe I don't know, maybe reconstruction of your question and also objectives.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Madam and everyone. For the example that I highlight, what are the difficulties? For the example, some students had some difficulties like problem internet connection to connect with Facebook while using learning tool. But I try some search some solution like when line connection. So as student we must make sure that we have some money to buy data or Wi-Fi, or try find some place to which best connection. That's all from me.
Okay, Sasha, thank you for the answer. Probably that what I want to hear from you is that you might want to answer that, oh, I missed that part. How did they overcome the challenges? That is another question, because if you can see the third point, you have two questions. What are the difficulties students experience while using Facebook as a learning tool? That's one question that relate to your third point of research objective, to identify difficulties with student use of Facebook as a learning tool. But you have another question, how did they overcome the challenges? So in your
Madam,
yes.
So Madam, it can be two questions. So
you can have two questions, but the research objectives you also need to address that. Probably you want to say to identify difficulties with students' use of Facebook as a learning tool and how they overcome. Okay, so in your research objective, you need to have that additional information in order to tally back to your research question. That's what
I see. Thank you, madam.
all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, open to next question.
Thank you, Doctor. So I think we can continue with the second question. So please welcome for those who has question to be asked.
Wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I have one question. Based on your research problem, you say student acceptance of the shift to mass online learning is a source of controversy. So it means some students not really trust on Facebook as a learning tool. Can I know why?
Zuhaira, sorry, can you please repeat your question?
My question is, based on your research problems, you said student acceptance of the shift to mass online learning is a source of controversy. So it means some students not really trust on Facebook as a learning tool. Can I know why?
Okay. Wait. Jane. Are you hear me? Sorry, my data connection lost just now.
Yes, we can hear you, Shasha.
Okay.
You may continue.
Okay. So based on my ongoing research, I can see that some students more prefer other apps than Facebook, like Microsoft Teams or another as application. Maybe for them, application like Microsoft Teams more better and easier to use at this century. That's all from me.
Thank you.
Thank you to Nur Shasha Atika for your sharing. And for me, I also agree that Facebook could be as a learning platform. Moreover, this platform has been known by many people. And sometimes I always found that there is a teacher or lecturer that use this platform to share information regarding to the education that could be a reference for the student. So now, dear participants, now we'll continue with the next presenter. She will highlight two platforms as learning tools for students. With all due respect, please welcome Najha binti Abdul Rahim with the topic, the effectiveness of WhatsApp and goals application as learning platform, as online learning platforms among FKP students. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum, my dear lecturers and fellow friends. Today, I would like to present about the effectiveness of using WhatsApp and GOES application as online learning platform among Faculty of Leadership and Management students. First of all, technology has changed education among students. When and how? When the world was hit by coronavirus and countries went on lockdown, all universities had to close immediately to avoid spreading the virus. Lecturers had to find ways to communicate with their students because we are unsure when the pandemic will end. In 2020, what was impossible has become a reality for many, and educational applications platform allow students and lecturers to communicate and learn. According to Empagos 2020, WhatsApp Messenger has a friendly user interface, making it easily navigable by students. This could mean that most students would prefer WhatsApp Messenger, which they are familiar with learning management system. However, everything has pros and cons. One of the biggest challenges and become a problem in online learning is students need to face a distance learning, which is discussion in classroom, and communication are more difficult when students and lecturers are not in the same classroom. According to Endahu 2013, online learning platform frequently disrupt student study time and diverting their attention away from their studies. This is where teaching management system like WhatsApp and GOES application have come into play and mitigated the issue and help support lecturers in directing their students back. The reason Today's topic is I would like to examine the effectiveness of WhatsApp and Ghost applications as online learning platforms among FKP students. And my questions for this research is, how do WhatsApp and Ghost help students with their online learning? What do students like most about WhatsApp and Ghost applications? What are the challenges of using WhatsApp and Ghost as an online learning platforms? In order to get the answer to my questions, I use the qualitative method because it provides a much more flexible approach such as one-on-one interviews, case studies, focus groups, and others. As for my study, I would prefer a one-on-one interview because it is easier to do an individual than a group interview because grouping takes a long time to complete. In terms of theory, I use the technology acceptance model by Fred Davis since it explains how users come to accept and use technology such as WhatsApp and Ghost applications. It relates to my study because as we know that most of the students use WhatsApp and Ghost applications as their online learning platforms, which is they tend to accept the use of technology. Last but not least, WhatsApp and Ghost has an impact on students since it allows them to communicate with lecturers and classmates outside of the classroom, such as using the group chat function to form learning and study groups. Furthermore, the WhatsApp and Ghost applications platforms can develop students who are engaged in their educations. For example, students can enjoy learning and enjoy every process, whether in or out of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you for the tremendous sharing, and it's time for Q&A session. Lecturers or participants, you may give your question now.
Assalamualaikum Najiha Abdul Rahim. Meremang bulu roma tengok video tu. Betapa semangatnya untuk menyampaikan presentation poster tu. Tersenyum ni Muhammad Muklis di situ. Nampak video tempat lain tak dia. Okay, Najib Abdul Rahim, I think that brilliant presentation. I can see your passion there. And also I like the way you construct your poster, very clean, neat. And also you add your creativity in your poster that reflect a WhatsApp tapi tak ada goals kat situ. Just missing goals punya, you know, kind of structure. Kalau macam saya tengok, oh ada, sorry kat sini AEN 4203, sorry, okay. Terus dia dah buka dah lain dah tu, ada tu, okay. Alright, so sebenarnya saya ada dua soalan tapi saya akan tanya satu soalan lah. Just to relate, maybe yang first saya akan just inform about your objective and also question. Maybe you can betulkanlah questions because ada tiga kan, four tu ada questions and then objective. I think that you need to relate back. If you have, for example, if you state objective tu adalah aims, research aim, that is the overall apa yang you nak study, itu adalah betul lah to examine the effectiveness of WhatsApp and Ghost application. But for questions, dia mesti relate balik kepada apakah objektif dia. Macam contoh point number 1, how do WhatsApp and Ghost help students with their online learning objective. So apakah objektif yang you nak capai daripada first point ini. Same goes to second point and also third point of your research question. Kalau macam saya punya study previously, of course saya punya research aim. Lepas tu baru ada research question and also research objective. So aims reflect to the overall umbrella of our apa yang kita nak kaji lah secara keseluruhan. Okay, itu saja main point lah untuk saya, mungkin boleh bagi penerangan sedikit. But my question here, okay, so my question here is regarding your theory, because you're going to examine about WhatsApp and Ghost application that is in the current phase. So I want to see the relevancy of you using technological acceptance model that is developed or established back in 1989. You know, dah ada gap masa yang sangat besar. So how can you you know, like orang kata meyakinkan kita lah sebagai participant, enlighten us the relevancy of this technological acceptance model and the relevancy of this theory to be implemented in your research that going to examine about WhatsApp and also Ghost application to be implemented in yang mana dia
madam. Such a nice question. Of this research that going to examine about WhatsApp and also okay, so you can enlighten us. Model media application such as WhatsApp, and for FKP students, it could be a goal to have a new knowledge, to get the new information. So this is how we can see that how people used to accept the technology, because they tend to get the information, to get the knowledge from the social media. Actually, not only WhatsApp, also it can also get from the Facebook, social media, and Facebook, Instagram. So we can see from that how people can accept the technology, and this is the reason why I choose the technology acceptance, because we can see that we can get the information, the knowledge, and we also can share. We also can share the movement through the online, through the WhatsApp applications, and also Ghost. Ghost it helps with the to connect and stay stay connected between lecturers and students. So that's how I use the theory of technological acceptance model. Because is it clear, madam? Thank you.
It's time for the second question. Anyone would like to ask? If no one, then I will ask. Let the MC ask. Okay. Okay. From your opinion, what do you think the feature of WhatsApp or and goals that could be the reason of why it is so attractive to be as learning platforms rather than the other application?
Okay, first of all, thank you for the question, our MC. Okay, from my perspective, WhatsApp and Ghost actions are becoming attractive because they facilitate interaction between lecturers and students, and also it also provide both application also provides a platform for students to discuss or do some forum between lecturers and the students, and they have an easy way and space for lecturers to share slides, link, and videos. And WhatsApp has also provide a star for students to take note of an important message from their lectures, so that students can look at it without having to search for it again. Is it clear, Fariza?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your sharing today, Najiha. And I could summarize that technology has played an important role as an online learning platform. And as we can see, the WhatsApp and Goals application are very useful to the student because they allow them to communicate with the lecturers and peers. And here I am giving from my point of view, if we talk about the English learning platform, I would choose Netflix as my English learning platform. And watching English subtitled movies or drama really enhance my languages. But however, the next presenter will highlight one of the world's leading video sharing platforms, which is YouTube as an English learning platform. So let's see if the YouTube really could help in students' language. If yes, I know this will benefit many students out there. Without further ado, please welcome Nur Amiratu Kalisa binti Rosman with the topic Harry Potter, Maleficent, and Avengers film in YouTube as learning tools for English language, a case study of new media communication student in USIM. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Nur Amiratu Kalisa 198 to 195. Today I will be presenting about my academic project. The title is Harry Potter, Maleficent and an Avenger film in YouTube as learning tool for English language, a case study of new media communication student in USIM. Alright, without delay any time, I would like to start my presentation with research background section. A film is known as a movie or a motion picture. It's a series of moving images shown on screen, usually with sound that makes up a story. I will using three types of movie, which are Harry Potter, Maleficent and Avenger for my research study. All of these type of movie have a same genres and same language, which are fiction fantasy genres and using English language. In my observation, these three movies get a high rating in IMDb, which is more than 7 per 10 and receive a warm response from Malaysians who are interested in fiction and fantasy movie genres. Next, we move to research problem. Some students do not know how to improve their English language with using their surrounding tool, just as their mobile phone and social media. However, the use of English is very important in this modern life because English has dominated the employment and learning sector. So next is research question. I have two of research question. First is what are the benefits of using YouTube platform to improve language skill? Second, what is the reason that watching Harry Potter, Maleficent and Avenger film can improve English language? So if we have research question, we must have the research objective to ensure that the goal of our study are achieved. So my research objective number one is to investigate what an advantage of YouTube platform to help new media communication students enhance their language skill. Second, to identify how effectiveness of watching Harry Potter, Maleficent and Avenger film can improve English language among new media communication students. Move to next sections, research theory. I have two layers of theory, which is one, the reason of why students using YouTube as a learning tool to enhance language skill. Two, the effectiveness and popularity of Harry Potter, Maleficent and Avenger film can improve English language. So we move to research methodology. The research will be conducted in a quantitative research method and the instrument that will be used in survey questionnaire. The questionnaire will be constructed using the Google form and will consist of three sections, which is demographic, option and Likert scale. Last but not least, the conclusion is watching movie for improving language skill is very effective method that students can apply in their education style. This is because English movie and series are very influencing viewing material that affect the linear listening performance. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the impressive presentation. Now let's continue with Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Assalamualaikum, Nur Amiratul Khalisah Rosman.
Waalaikumsalam, Madam.
How are you?
I'm fine, Madam. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. That's interesting to see how you select or choose Harry Potter, Maleficent and also Avenger as part of the study. First, maybe saya boleh bagi sedikit feedback lah, and then baru saya akan follow up dengan question ya. Okay, so in your introduction, you need to provide a background of your research. Kenapa kita nak buat study ni? So the first one, I see that you only provide a film is a movie. That is a description, or maybe you know macam kita nak perkenalan apakah itu filem. Tapi we need also to link. Kalau you tengok you punya tajuk pun kan berkenaan dengan filem and also learning tools. So probably in the introduction you can add some of the aspect apakah kajian-kajian sebelum ini dibuat berkenaan dengan filem and also the connection or relationship to learning tools for English language. Itu saya punya feedback lah.
Okay.
Okay, so saya punya question is regarding your research theory. It is not clear to me apakah teori yang you gunakan sebenarnya, because if I'm looking at your poster right now, I see that reason of using YouTube, enhance language skill, tapi apakah sebenarnya teori yang you gunakan?
Okay. Thank you, Madam, for the question. Actually, the theory that I put at the poster, I was mistake because the the main theory that I use is the language acquisition theory. But I mistake and I don't put in the poster. So here I can explain what the theory that I use. So the theory I use is language acquisition theory. That's mean this theory is the process by which we are able to develop and learn a language. So this theory is generally include about the speaking, listening, and the writing, and overall of the communication. And under this theory, have another theory that support this the main story theory. So the leading opponent of and of the theory of linguist equation theory is from the B.F. Skinner behavior theories. That's mean the B.F. Skinner behavior theory is they explain about the learning a new language is same like we learning a new skill such as we observe, we imitation, and we repetition about the something. This mean if we observe about the watch English movie, we observe and we watch their movie. That can make we to see how English language used properly in the life, and we can see how they interact and how they're speaking with each other, and we can see how they're using their grammar. And so if we watch the English movie, we can develop in our learning education lah. So I think this story will support my research. Maybe I'm sorry about my explanation, but do you understand?
Thank you very much for the explanation.
Okay. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Doctor and the presenter. So now we can continue with the next question. Now I open the opportunity for anyone that would like to ask question.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I have one question to Amiratul Khalisa. Okay, the question is, do you think watching movie on YouTube is the best platform to enhance English language? And can you give one feature or benefit of that statement? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Atira Izati, for the question. So my answer is sure. Yes, watching movie is the best platform to enhance English language because as we know, in YouTube have many features that can help students to improve their English language. So today I just want to highlight one feature that have in YouTube is subtitle. YouTube provide a subtitle for their videos or movie. So as we can know, some videos and movie in the YouTube doesn't have subtitle, but YouTube have provide an auto generate subtitle. That's mean if the videos doesn't have a subtitle, so YouTube
Interrupt, we have another 20 seconds.
Okay,
Please
apa
do
ni?
your conclusion.
Okay. So I think this subtitle, the auto generate subtitle is very very helpful to student. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much to our presenter. I will give the summarization from the previous topic. Using film as the content material for teaching and learning in the English language classroom is becoming popular. In fact, much attention has been given regarding the effectiveness of using media, specifically English movies in language teaching and learning. Proponents of using this type of method believe that movies allow for more interactive and appealing ways of teaching and learning English. The last of the advance among university students, a case study on museum students. Please welcome Asma binti Azhar for sharing.
Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Asma binti Azhar. Today I would like to present my academic research poster about the effects of social media on the academic performance among university students, a case study on Muslim students. Nowadays, social media is being used as one of the most significant communication tools which has influenced the lives of many young adults. Social media is described as tools for communicating with the public. Social media is easy for them to share material in the form of pictures, videos, and files, creating uploads and sending messages and facilitate conversation in real time. Social media is used by students for the educational purpose as well as for non-academic and this also carries an impact on the educational performance of the students. In education field, social media can be used for sharing with students valuable information and for the collecting information from overseas or to conduct research and to share on own education views with other people who may be interested. According to Liger 2015, the educational benefits which are linked specifically with the usage of technologies provided by social media is it enhance the communication amongst the students and the teachers, increase collaboration chance among the students and also provide an opportunity for networking resources can be shared rapidly and for the improvement of the employment success it exposes students to the skills and also the creativity and on the impact of the theme of the for education exercise. Besides the use of the social media for non-motive, the majority of students are using it for the non-academic purpose. Social media may affect badly the students' learning experience and academic life. So for the methodology, I use quantitative method is chosen for the research. The data for this study collected by way of an online survey questionnaire. So as conclusion, many students have social media so that they can spend a good number of hours on social media. This study conducted to investigate the effect of social media on students' academic performance. The time spent on social media can negatively affect students' academic performance. Therefore, it is suggestion that for students to be more productive, they need to minimize the time they spend engaging on social media activities.
Thank you for your sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or from the participants.
Bismillah, Asma, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Okay, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine.
Alhamdulillah. All right. So thank you for your presentation. Okay, so I will just provide my feedback first and then followed with my answer. My question. Okay, so regarding your poster, I think that it can be improved. There are a lot of text because this is about poster presentation, and you know that the scoring rubric for presentation is about the design and also the visual aid. So I think that you missed that part. Okay, so you need to in future, who knows, right, if you're going to present your research, you need to enhance your design and also visual aid. Okay, so my question is that is not specifically add in this poster, is that regarding theory. Okay, so if I can ask you regarding what theory that you will be using, or probably you have already implemented what kind of theory, and how your theory can help you to assist or aid you in terms of examining the effects of social media on the academic performance among university students.
Madam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, for theory, I use fishbone, or we call it Shikawa model, to express my research that it related it shows the related between the usage of social media and students time management. It will at the end of the research we can see how time that students spend on social media affecting students' performance, especially in their result exam. That's all from me, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now let's move to the second question. Is there anyone would like to ask?
Hello. I have a question for Asma. Asma, nowadays most of students have social media account, and some may hang there for a couple of hours. So how does it affect student time management?
Thank you, Atifa, for the question. Regarding the question, there is no denying that social media is negatively impacting student time management if they spend too much their time on social media. The problem related to social media and time management, such as laziness, avoidance students from their responsibilities, and it can worsen their exam results. So I can give an example that close to students. For example, if students spending too much time on social media will steal their precious time, that students should use that time to complete the assignments. The time constraint constraint that they face enable them to search the best material and enable them to perform well in the assignments due to they need to catch up with the deadline. Thank you.
I think that's all for our from our presenter. Thank you to Asma binti Azhar. From what has been shared by the presenter, I could say that the highest amount of time that has been spent on the social media could give an impact on the students' academic performance. Train yourself to set a time limit in accessing social media. So now, dear distinguished participants, in this first sub-theme, what I could conclude from all of the sharing is, as we all know that most all of us have our own social media, and it's really helpful, moreover, for the student to access for the information. But we are reminded that social media also could lead to the negative impact on the students' academic performance if we didn't use it wisely. So now, presenters and participants, Alhamdulillah, we have done with the first sub-theme. Now, we'll continue with the second sub-theme, which is digital media impact. In this sub-theme, it will educate us on how the digital media could give an impact on students and our society, such as either through their academic performance or mental health, or it will lead us more to the negative impacts rather than the positive impacts. All of this will be discussed in the next presentation. Presenters and participants in this sub-theme will be having 7 presenters. Therefore, without further ado, let me continue with the next presenter with the topic TikTok usage among high school students, how addicted they are. Please welcome Nur Emma Aika binti Razali with her sharing.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Emma Aika binti Razali. Today I want to present my research, which is TikTok usage among high school students, how addicted they are. Firstly, let me introduce. TikTok is a social media network application that allows individuals to share information through short video publishing and editing, live stream with the use of background music and various types of filter. TikTok history began in 2016 with Douyin, Kailing, and Shaking sound in Chinese. TikTok addiction or social media addiction is taken from the definition of internet addiction, that is a compulsive tendency in internet use that interferes with a person's ability to live a normal daily life. For problem statements, study from Das and Beller 2014 found that internet use strongly influences the positive and negative effect of teenager. For research objective, first, to investigate how and why high school students are using TikTok. Second, to understand the level of addiction toward using TikTok. For research question, first, how and why high school students are using TikTok. And second, what is the level of addiction toward using TikTok. Theory and concept. For this research, the concept is addiction. The American Society of Addiction Medicine defines addiction as a treatable chronic medical disease involved with complex interaction among brain circuits, genetic, the environment, and individuals' life experiences. People with addiction use substances or engage in behavior that become compulsive and often continue despite harmful consequences. For methodology, I choose qualitative. Qualitative involves collecting and analyzing non-numerical data. Interview and conduct by selecting 5 high school students from SMK Raja Pamuda Tengku Fauziah, Kaki Bukit Perlis, who use the TikTok applications. I use proposing sampling with semi-structure to obtain this finding of this study. I think we need to really Islamic perspective. Islamic advice is people to always take care of their bodies and practice a healthy lifestyle. Healthy living is also a trust in human relationship with Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. This is saying from the scholar, a healthy mind is in a healthy body. This is also in line with the purpose of Islam to advise its followers to always preserve their religion, intellectual property, and lineage. For inclusion, for this study, TikTok maybe have an addictive nature where users easily lose track of time when they play TikTok and get some features and functions that lead to addictions. This is because previous research studies have stated that TikTok users who use this app for too long will experience frustration and confusion in the real world until they become addicted to the using TikTok. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent sharing. Now we'll continue with the Q&A session. Now kindly to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Assalamualaikum, Ima.
Waalaikumsalam, madam.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. So I think that this is also a great poster design that you show the visual elements and that it is designed properly, very neat and easy to follow for me. Okay, so I have a question for you regarding your problem statement. I think that it is too broad or too general because you state that studies from the format tak betul studies from Das and Buller 2014 tu yang kita bracketkan, found that internet use strongly influence the positive and negative effect of teenagers, because you are specifically analyzing TikTok. So I think that the problem statement should really be really specific on the aspect of TikTok, because you mentioned this is about the problem is that internet use strongly influence the positive and negative effects of teenagers. So probably you can enlighten us or maybe redefine the problem statement so that we can get the information in very detailed information about the problem statement. Silakan, Ima.
Madam, can you repeat the question?
Oh, panjang tu nak repeat balik. Okay, so I'll just brief my summary of my question. Okay, if you look at your problem statement, Emma, Okay, so kalau you tengok problem you punya problem statement is very general. That you mentioned about studies from Das and Buller 2014 found that internet use strongly influence the positive and negative effect of teenagers. Ni general kalau you tengok lah. But if you look at your title, TikTok usage among high school students. So macam mana Emma as a researcher you can redefine ataupun orang kata spesifikkan problem statement itu. Apa yang you nak addresskan sebagai problem yang membuatkan Emma nak kaji berkenaan dengan kajian Emma ini. Dapat tak soalan tu?
Okay, I get it. I think I can specify the problem statement to focus high school student if effect the they use the TikTok effect the when they use the TikTok they can affect their life like addiction.
If you can elaborate a little more, Emma?
For example, when the high school student use the TikTok, and they can affect their academic performance because their addiction to TikTok.
How do you find the problem statement? How do you identify the problem statement? May I know?
Because I think when the student use the TikTok, they can affect their life.
Okay, alright. So maybe I can add some point there. Macam mana kita nak identify problem statement? Macam mana kita akhirnya kita come out dengan kita punya problem statement? Is that true? For example, kita buat literature review kan? Kajian ini mengatakan ini, kajian ini mengatakan ini, and then only that kita boleh come out apa yang gap yang kita nampak di situ yang tak dikaji sebagai contoh. Macam ni you discuss berkenaan dengan ataupun kaji dengan TikTok usage among high school students, berkenaan dengan addiction, how addicted they are. So kat sini you kena mention specifically lah berkenaan dengan TikTok, berkenaan dengan high school students, and also specifically address in terms of addiction. Dekat sini memang kena very specific lah problem statement dia. Kalau tak ni dia jadi terlalu general. And also kalau saya boleh add sedikit berkenaan dengan you punya teori dan konsep, adakah which one do you use? Teori ataupun konsep?
Konsep, madam.
Konsep, okay. So maksudnya dekat sini teori tidak adalah. Maksudnya you lebih kepada konsep. That is the concept of addiction. Kalau teori is that the teori maksudnya teori dah established lah. Itu yang kita kena identifykan ataupun tahu perbezaan berkenaan dengan teori dan juga konsep. Okay, that's from me. Thank you very much, Emma, for your response.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Doctor and Emma. So we're gonna proceed with the next question. So please welcome everyone. Feel free to ask.
Hello, Emma Ika.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. I want to ask, my question is, according to your research academic poster, what is your opinion about the solution if the usage of TikTok becomes addictive and has a negative impact on high school students' academic performance?
Thank you for your question. I think for the solution, maybe parents can monitor their children to avoid addicted to the TikTok, and then the teacher can get give awareness to their children, to their students. That's all from me.
Thank you so much to Emma Aika. And from my point of view, I am not a TikToker, but I do agree that TikTok is so addictive. It could be harmful to the teenagers, and if they fail to control the addictiveness, it will become worse from time to time. And now, dear participants, the next presenter will discuss the impacts of social media on two different aspects in her sharing. For further information, please welcome Siti Nafisa binti Mat Tarmizi with the topic, the impact of social media in enhancing knowledge about Islam, a comparative perspective. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum, I'm Siti Nafisa binti Muhammad Tarmizi. So today I'm going to present about the impact of social media in enhancing knowledge about Islam, a comparative perspective. Firstly, according to Court 2005, the internet has indeed become a virtual archive for Islamic information as this medium is known for its big storage and capacity. While according to Solihin 2008, this technology is considered a beneficial to the religion and its communities as each Muslim is highly encouraged to constantly renew, revitalize and expand their knowledge and understanding of Islam. Next, for the problem statement, because of the easy access to the internet, explanations about our religion are easy to find, which can lead to the abundance of information. This can create an atmosphere of chaos where users will become skeptical in search of reliable information, especially users that have different educational background. It is because people that have Islamic knowledge can certainly read Dawah message and analyze based on their knowledge of Islam. However, for people that have minimal religious education background will have difficulties in evaluating the Islamic message. For the research question, it will focus on what is the perception of using social media as a platform in learning about Islam. How does social media platform bring drawback in learning about Islam? How does social media platform perceive its of use in learning about Islam? Next, for the research objective, of course, it is to determine the perception regarding social media as a platform in learning about Islam, to explore the drawback of social media platform in learning about Islam, and to examine the perceived ease of use of social media platforms in learning about Islam. Next study is theoretical framework, where this research study is using technology acceptance model or TAM by Davis 1989. It is an information system theory that models how users accept and use the technology. This theory is relevant to use in this research because this research wants to explore about the user's perceptions towards social media which using the technology. In addition, it also wants to explore whether the social media is usefulness, which is useful for what users want to do, or whether social media perceived is of use. Next, for the methodology, this research used qualitative research method with a semi-structured interview, the type of interview in which the interview asks only a few predetermined questions while the rest of the questions are not planned in advance. This research also used focus group, where these research are doing a comparison interview between two groups, people that have Islamic education background and do not have Islamic education. Purposive sampling also will be used in this study, where the researcher will choose the informants according to researchers' own judgment. This purposive sampling, if it done effectively, it will assist the researchers in screening out the irrelevant responses that do not fit the study's content. It enables the researchers to target particular groups in order to collect precise data. So it is relevant to use this research study, where the researcher will find the two groups of informants, as I said before, in leading to a better insights in this research result. In conclusion, social media can be a great place for those who want to expand their knowledge about study. However, it could bring the drawback towards people who do not have Islamic education background, which they will become skeptical in finding reliable sources of information. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the useful information, Siti Nafisa. Now we will continue with the Q&A session. Again, you are reminded to click the hands up button, or you may leave your question in the comment section so that I can read your question later. So now please welcome for anyone who would like to ask question.
All right, so Nafisa.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I think that's quite clear about what you're going, about what you presented just now. Okay, so I think from my side, I don't have a lot of questions to ask that in my mind, but I have this one thing that I want clarification from you. That is regarding your methodology. I am really interested to know about how you're going to conduct the focus group. How many people?
There is 6 people, madam, and I'm going to
in a group.
One group.
One
Yes.
group. So are you going to conduct only one group, or two group, or three group?
Two group. Which firstly the one who have Islamic education background, and the second group that doesn't have Islamic education background.
So you will conduct it separately?
Yes, separately.
Okay. Okay, so that's lead to my second question. How are you going to identify those who have Islamic education background and those who don't have Islamic education background?
For those who have Islamic education background, in this term is the ones who further their studies in Islamic education background after secondary school, such as in Dawah, Aqidah course in the university or STEM. And for the one who do not have Islamic education background is just learn about Islam until their secondary school. Pendidikan Islam, they take pendidikan Islam.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for the explanation. But for me, that you need to really be really clear about that, because I think kalau orang yang tak ada, yang ada sedikit Islamic education background ataupun dia ada tapi sedikit. So macam you mention tadi, kedua-duanya seolah-olah macam ada background.
Background, yeah, yes, madam.
Seolah-olahnya kedua-duanya ada. It's just one yang memang strong
in depth,
Islamic education background, satu lagi group yang mungkin kurang.
Yeah.
Okay, but you need to be really careful, because dekat sini dalam methodology you mentioned about background and between people that have Islamic education background and do not have. Kat sini memang kena clear lah, sebab dekat sini you mention do not have Islamic education background kan. So nanti kena tengok balik siapa focus group yang you nak pilih tu betul-betul. Tadi you mention yang ada background, and then satu lagi group yang ada tapi dia memang tak tak terlalu menyelahkan mungkin. So saya rasa that the aspect of focus group in terms of your sample for your focus group, that you really need to be careful in terms of the selection of your participants for your focus group. Okay, thank you very much Nafisa for the clarification.
Alright, madam. Thank you, madam. So,
Thank you, Dr. and Nafisa. And now let's move to the next question. I would like to welcome if there is any other question from the participants.
Assalamualaikum Nafisa.
Yeah.
I want to ask a question. Did you find that people who not having Islamic educational background will find that social media is easy to use in enhancing knowledge about Islam?
People that do not have Islamic education background, right?
Yes.
Yes, because for me, they can enhance their knowledge using social media, because actually social media is a platform that you can get the countless of collection of Al-Quran and Al-Hadith, as we know that social media is having a big capacity of storage. So they can access to many religious books by various Muslim scholars, and also get access to countless collection of Al-Quran and Hadith, also online religious lectures, and also they can see live in Facebook, such as Ustadhan doing live. They can refer to it to gain and enhance their knowledge about Islam. And they can easily access the information anywhere and everywhere. So that's my answer. Is it accepted?
Thank you, Nafisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siti Nafisa. I could say that social media could bring different impacts toward people that have different background education in enhancing knowledge about Islam. Now we will continue to the next presenter, and she will highlight the impacts of digital media on academic performance. And from my observation, most of the presenters are very fond on education or academic performance related topics. It may be because of it closely related to themselves as a student. So without further ado, I would kindly welcome our next presenter, Azlin Atira binti Anwar, with a topic, social media addiction and academic performance, a study among USIM students.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Azlin Atira binti Anwar 1182802. Today, I would like to present to you about my research, which is about social media addiction and academic performance, a study among Muslim students. And then, okay, first we go to the research background. Okay, social media are gaining more users every day, especially for young people like students. Students spend more time on social media for reasons, and it could affect for their academic performance. Young people are very interested in social media because of the new features such as filter stories, reel, and a lot of pictures and videos. Okay, next we go to the research problem. Okay, according to the findings, some students utilize social media excessively and it is causing them to get addicted. And one of the most important consequences of students' excessive use of social media is a drop or reduction on their academic performance. So this study fills in the gaps by examining the relationship social media addiction and academic performance among Muslim students. And then for my research objective and my research question, I will identify and explore more about the factor and effects of the social media addiction and academic performance. And I will also identify the ways to overcome social media addiction in order to increase using student academic performance. Okay, next, the theory that I use in this research is the users and gratification. There are three elements in this theory that related to my research. First is social interaction, which is these elements characterized as using social media to communicate and connect to with other people. Okay, next is entertainment. This theory indicates that entertainment structure relates to how the users enjoyable and entertaining social media materials. And the last one is pastime, which is predicted that using social media will be linked to expressing or showing a greater amount of passing times, which how that students mostly utilize this social media for amusement and other time related gratification. Okay, next, for the methodology, I am conducting this research using the qualitative method, and I am also will use snowball sampling for my research. And then from this research, I will focus on using students and interview them through online communication. Okay, lastly, from this presentation, I can conclude that social media may lead to the addiction and it also has been related to the academic performance, which is they can influence by a variety of factors and the causes, and they are also has a variety of options or the ways to overcome social media addiction and can increase the academic performance. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for an impressive presentation. Now we will continue with the Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if anyone would like to ask a question either from the lecturer or from the participant.
Sorry, organizer. Yes, I would like to just requested to make the poster appear. Okay, so thank you for your presentation, Azlin. Okay, so I would like to ask you some question because for me it is clear what you have presented just now, and it is clear about your research background. For me, if I could ask regarding the research problem.
Okay, madam.
Okay, let me recheck first. Okay, because you address the research problem without putting the main elements, that is the reference to the study. So just now you mentioned about this research indicates some students that use social media excessively and made them to become addicted. Okay, so this
is not the research problem. Okay, so the first point in your research problem is not the research problem, because you state that this research indicate that some students use social media excessively and make them to become addicted. That going to be included in your conclusion part. Yeah, supposedly in your conclusion part. And then point number 2, one of the most significant implication of student excessive usage of social media is shown in the reduction of academic performance. That's the research problem that you're going to address. Yeah, but you need to add what do you call it, references to it. Siapa yang cakap ni? So you kena identify the main authors. So number 3, this is to add the gap to examine social media addiction and academic performance. Okay, this is the question, because tadi saya nak tengah hadamkan and then suddenly hilang. So inilah soalan dia lah. Soalan dia di sini, I would like you to clarify what exactly the gap that you want to bring in your research, because you state here, this research adds the gap to examine social media addiction and academic performance among Muslim students. So I want to know what exactly the gap that you want to address in your research.
Okay, I will for the this research at the gap to examine social media. So I will interview the USIM students. So I will interview USIM students to know about the their there is addiction on social media or not. So from this interview, I will examine, is there addiction or not? Is there addiction on social media effect negative or positive? Yes.
Okay, it is still not clear to me, because you're not going to examine positive and also the negative aspect. Okay, so I really want to know what is the gap that you want to address in your research. What make your study different from other existing study, or maybe probably if you can compare with your friends who also conduct about about the same topic as you, that is about academic performance and also social media addiction. So what you want to bring the uniqueness in your research?
Okay, maybe I will put the reason, because we know research about effects and impact. So maybe I will put the factors or the cause of the their social media addiction on student USIM. Yes.
Okay, I was hoping that you elaborate a little more with with confidence, because apa yang you dah identify dalam research problems, semua jawapan tu ada dekat dalam research kita kan. So you kena confident lah. What make my study different from existing study, and also study that is conducted or are conducted by my friends, is that I'm going to specifically focus on the aspect of factors, the aspect of effect, and also ways to overcome that specifically addressed among the USIM students. So you dah ada tadi jawapan, cuma you macam takut-takut. You macam takut-takut nak bagi jawapan tu. So next time kena confident dan kena tahu yang menunjukkan this is my research, I know what I'm doing, I know apa dia punya question, apa dia punya objective. Okay, Azlin? Boleh?
Okay.
Alright.
Boleh.
Okay. Thank you very much for the response.
Thank you, madam, for the question.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Azlin. Just now, I saw one of the participants, Hani Farisha, raise up hand. So, Hani Farisha, are you still there? And would you like to ask question?
No, thank you.
Oh no, okay. So, I will open for the other participant. Is there any question?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. My question is, according to your research stories, what are the common addiction triggers?
I have question for Azlin. Can you give me what is the negative effect that happened to the users of social media, especially for students if they use it excessively?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Akmal. Right. Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, the negative effect that could happen for student, maybe I think for their health. Okay, because when they spend too much time on their social media, so I think maybe they spend time on 3 hours per week and above. So it can increase their depression and decrease their social supports. Is it answer the question, Kumar?
Answer this question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to Azil Atira for your sharing today. So what I could summarize is the social media addiction could give a negative impact on the students' academic performance. So therefore, students are reminded to always find a way so that this issue will not getting worse from time to time. Dear participants, the title of the next presenter is quite different from the others. With the topic documentary film on YouTube, the impact of 1957, Hati Malaya on USIM students. I would like to welcome Nur Atira Izati binti Rafidi with her sharing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Atira Izati binti Rafidi with metric number 1182193. Now, let's go through my presentation entitled Documentary Film on YouTube, the Impact of 1957 Hati Malaya on USIM Students. The first section will be introduction. Documentary films are different from other type of film as it is non-fiction. Documentary are only concerned with facts and real-life experiences. Documentary film also can increase the spirit of patriotism to the whole society today. One of it is the patriotic film that recreate the history of Malaysia's establishment, which is 1957 Hati Malaya. This historical film was able to create awareness of the Independence Day among people, while also constructing the Malaysia's identity as students young are so influenced by cinema and theatre. The second section is problem statement. Documentary film is still not preferred as much as other genre like thriller and horror. The producer of the documentary film also lacks in implement strategies to tackle the audience. Another problem concerning the impact of documentary is the manner in which they are delivered. Historically, this type of motion picture distribution was restricted to small audiences. The documentary are now distributed through the range of media outlets, including cable and public broadcast television, online platforms such as YouTube, and movie theatre. Moving on is research question and research objective. There are two research questions which are: what is the impact of documentary film on USIM students, and what is the factor that can determine the impactful of documentary film? For research objective, there are two objectives which are the impact of documentary film on USIM students and the factor that can determine the impactful of documentary film. Next is theory. The study is aimed at examining the impact of documentary film on USIM students. Therefore, the following is a research proposed hypothesis to be tested in the study. The hypothesis is there is a significant impact of documentary film 1957 Hati Malaya on USIM students. The next section is method. This research will use a quantitative research design. 100 students will be selected from 6 different programs and the Faculty of Leadership and Management. The survey for this research will be conducted using purposive sampling. Purposive sampling is a non-probability sampling in which people are chosen because they are relevant to the investigation. The instrument for this research will be a survey questionnaire. The questionnaire will be distributed through online platforms such as WhatsApp and Instagram. The data that has been collected also will be analyzed using SPSS software. In conclusion, documentary film impacted audience to make changes. Documentary films such as 1957 Hati Malaya instills a patriotic attitude in Malaysians and constantly remind Malaysians to appreciate the country's freedom and being thankful and praise those who fought for it. Thank you. That's all from me, Nur Atira Izati.
Thank you for a splendid sharing. Now we will moving to the Q&A session. Now, I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturers or participants.
Right, thank you, Fariza. Okay, so Atira Izzati.
Yes, madam.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your presentation. Indeed, this is a kind of unique presentation and also research, yeah, about film on YouTube, the impact of 1957 Hatimalaya. Okay, so I have a very not really what do you call it, specific question that I want to ask, but I have three different small question that I want to ask that I will combine together. Inshallah. Okay, so the first one, I would like to seek your clarification regarding your problem statement. I'm not clear the third point, the manner in which they are delivered, what they are that you specifically mentioned there. Can you clarify?
Okay, for that part, that manner is before the advent of technology, documentary is not well known, as they only shown on specific platforms such as broadcast television and some instructional official like libraries and schools. So limited platform make audience are not aware of how documentary film is about, and with the advent of technology, we can upgrade and increase the awareness and the exposure of documentary film.
Okay, that's great. I think that's brilliant answer that you should include as points in your problem statement. Yeah, Atira, because if you mention the manner in which they are delivered is not clear to me lah, as the viewers, for example, or as a participant, I'm not clear about this. But if you if you clarify that and you add that in your in the points here, problem statement, so I think that it will enhance your poster. The second question that I would like you to clarify is about your theory. I'm not clear about H1. Is it hypothesis?
Oh, I confused with theory that come from scholar and theory hypothesis. But I have used one theory that to support my research.
Okay, what is the theory?
I use the cognitive theory to support my research, as this theory is mainly focused on audience emotional. So the link between cognitive theory and documentary film is that the way that film affected or make the audience feel.
Okay, all right. I think that one that you include here is about hypothesis. So be careful when you add information in your poster. Final question. Okay. Why do you use purposive sampling?
Okay, I use purposive sampling because I want to study how students under Faculty of Leadership and Management, because one of the program that related to the study is new media communication and communication, as they use technology in their study, and in this era, this technology is really related to any things. So as I use documentary film on YouTube, I want them to be part of my subject.
All right, thank you very much, Atira.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you, Doctor and Atira Izzati. So let's continue with the next question. Anyone else would like to ask question?
Okay. Hello, I want to ask question. Okay, Atira.
Okay.
My question is, can you list down one impact of documentary film and one factor that determine the impactful of documentary film?
Okay, thank you, Kalisa, for the question. One impact that I got from documentary film, such as 1957 Hati Melayu, is that this type of documentary film may raise public consciousness about some topic that go unnoticed and unconsidered. And this type of documentary film can raise awareness about Malaysia's establishment that Malaysians should consider, as they need to love their country and increase their patriotism in their spirit. And second, for the impact, I think the impact that should be considered when making documentary film is that the content or the documentary film should engage with the audience emotional, as this
Sorry for the
when
interrupt.
people.
Sorry, presenter.
Yeah. Okay.
We have another 10 seconds.
Okay, as when people feel connected with the audience, they can make changes as they feel responsible to do so. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tenor
Farisa, sorry. Sorry for the interruption. I'm seeing that a lot of people are missing from their screen. So probably you want to remind all the presenters to switch on and also be on the screen so that it appear on the screen so that everyone make commitment to the session. Okay, thank you.
So please, presenters and participants, please switch on your camera. Let's support our presenters. Just show your support to us. And thank you for your cooperation. And thank you too to Nur Atira Izzati. The primary goal of a documentary is to inform and educate the audience. And hearing and witnessing these real-life experiences via the committed work of documentary filmmakers allow us to put ourselves in the shoes of others, bridging empathy gaps in a society that badly needs our involvement and cooperation. So dear participants, the next presenter will highlight about mental health. So without further ado, let me welcome Rabiatul Adawiyah binti Rashidi with a topic social media and mental health among university students. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rabiatul Adawiyah binti Rashidi, 1182194. So today I'm going to present about social media and mental health among university students. For research background, in today's new generation, students can use social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube to find, create, share, and organize content among themselves while also allowing for virtual self-disclosure. However, social media were also claimed to give implications to students being with regards to mental health issues and can cause increased risks of feeling anxious, depressed, or ill over their social media use. Next, for research problems, students mostly use social media for purposes other than learning and spend a very long time using the social media platforms daily. For research questions, first, how social media affect mental health of students? Second, how beneficial is social media for students' mental health? Next, for research objective, first, to determine how social media affects students' mental health. Second, to study the benefits of social media on students' mental health. In depth of theory, I use cognitive behavioral theory. Cognitive behavioral theory is based on the concept that how we think, feel, and act all interact together. Next, for methodology, I'm using qualitative method and snowball sampling for this research. The study is based on university students that using social media in their daily life. As for the research impact and conclusion, from this study, it can be concluded that the use of social media, especially heavy use and prolonged time spent on social media platforms, tend to increase the risk of a variety of mental health symptoms and poor well-being among university students. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for an incredible sharing. And now we will move to the Q&A session. Now, kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabiatul Adawiyah, for the presentation just now. I like your poster. That's very clean and really pleased to the eyes. I have a question for you regarding the research problem. So you mentioned about students mostly use social media for purposes other than learning and spend a very long time using the social media platforms daily. So probably you want to enlighten to us what is actually the problem here. Why, for example, students spending a very long time
become the problem in this research? Because I also tried to link to your research objective and also question that you want to examine regarding the beneficial aspect of social media. So how you can, probably link to back to the objective and also question.
Okay, thank you, madam, for your question. Okay, so like we know everyone different, and there is no specific amount time spent on social media. Okay, so the problem is when a student use social media, like it may be problematic if it causes to neglect to face-to-face relationship, such as like our relationship with student or lecturer or family. If we use social media, like always social media. Okay, so it will make the student feel anxious or angry or depressed. Like, yeah, that's all. Okay.
It is not that clear. I'm not sure if I am the only person who, hear the sound like not smooth, or is probably Rabi'atul Adawiya's line.
You hear my voice? Can you hear me?
Dengar tak clear ataupun saya seorang?
Yes, we can hear Rabi'atul Adawiyah clearly.
Okay, so probably mine lah kot. Okay, tak apa. I get some of your points, tapi macam tak clear sangat lah sebab ada macam missing part macam tu. But it's okay. I would like to go back to Fariza. If you would like to invite the second person to ask the question.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Anyone would like to ask question?
So I have a question. I want to ask Rabi'atul Adawiyah. So since mental health is like quite hard for us to recognize, are you going to like include mental illness in your research study, so that indicate the mental health, whether it's okay or not?
Okay. Thank you, Farisha, for your question. So in my research, actually, yes, I will include some mental health illness, like such as maybe a student that have anxiety or like stress while using social media. But when I want to do an interview, I just will make a random, like I don't know if the student have mental health or not. So after the interview, yeah, I will. Yeah. So I will conclude that if social media use have an impact, a negative or positive impact on students. Thank you for your question.
Sorry, Rabi'atul Adawiyah, I think your connection not so good. Even me, I can't hear you clearly.
Oh.
Could you make it short, your answer?
Make it short?
Or Hani Farisha, do you get the answer clearly or not?
Yeah, I think I did, because she said she's going to include all the mental illness in her research. Yes.
Okay, it's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hani Farisha, and also thank you to Rabi'atul Adawiyah. So I could conclude that the regular use of these social platforms could lead to the mental health and well-being of young users. And the more time students spend on this social media, the more depressed symptom they will experience. So ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having another topic of academic performance. Here, I would like to invite Zuhaira Nasrin binti Abdul Manaf with the topic, the impacts of social media addiction among USIM students on academic performance. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Zuhaira Nasin binti Abdul Manaf. My metric number is 1182192. My research title is The Impact of Social Media Addiction Among Using Students on Academic Performance. So, we go to the introduction. Social media is base technology, sharing idea, new information, communicate who's far away from us as new technology. Okay. Next is problem statement. Problem statement in this research is addiction using social media can affect mental health student. It will also can be failure in academic performance. Methodology that I use in this research is quantitative method, sample random sampling, 100 respondents from FKP. I made this survey with Google Form and will analyze with SPSS. Next for research question. Research question, the first is what the impact of social media addiction among using students in academic performance. Second is how do you use it to serve social media. Okay, move to research objective. The main objective is to identify the impact of social media addiction among using students. Next is theory. The theoretical framework use Ishikawa model known as Fishbone. The variable that affects student academic performance it is access to internet, usage of social media, their perception of social media and frequently using it. That means this variable will identify the impact of social media on academic performance of the respondent. Last is conclusion. Okay, to conclude, impact of social media on academic performance is have two way. It is negative effect or positive effect, but it is depend on our habit to use it. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing. And now we'll be moving to the Q&A session. Is there anyone would like to ask, either from the lecturer or from the participant?
Yes, I am Fariza. Thank you so much. Okay, so Assalamualaikum Zuhaira. Zuhaira, are you there?
Waalaikumsalam, madam.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so I have a question. I have not a question, probably two or three questions in just one big question. So I specifically put my attention on your research question and also research objectives. So the first one you mentioned about the impact, which is okay, but you need to make sure that the grammatical error is not there. What is or are the impacts of social media addiction among some students on academic performance? Okay, that one is fine. But question number two, how long time that you usage to serve social media? I think ada grammatical error di situ dan soalan ini lebih merujuk kepada research interview question you. Okay, so number two ni dia macam it is not strong enough for you to conduct or to propose a research question. Kalau interview question mungkin boleh. How long do you use your time to serve social media, for example? You can use that to ask participants during the research interview. But for your research question, you need bigger than this. Kalau you tengok point number 2, research question pun memang macam tak tally dengan number research objective yang kedua. Number 1 is research objective. Number 1 is okay to identify the impacts, for example, of social media addiction among Muslim students on academic performance, which I think is fine. But number 2, if you can see here, to investigate positive and negative behavior, memang sangat lain lah dengan research question you. Kan? Boleh nampak kan? Why you smiling? Baru sekarang you nampak ke? Baru sekarang you realise that. Okay. So to investigate positive and negative behavior.
Ya, ini pun dia macam agak susah. It is too broad dekat sini sebab you tengok the impact of social media addiction. Sepatutnya you punya objective should supposedly to cover about addiction, about addiction ataupun specifically academic performance lah, social media addiction. Tapi ini lebih kepada negative positive behavior. Mana datang social media and also addiction tu hilang ke mana? Okay, itu saya punya feedback and also question for you to answer that.
Okay, madam, thank you.
Silakan jawab, mungkin you boleh respond.
For me, in my research, I want to make this addiction among students, but investigate and negative behavior, I just put because it's sebab macam saya rasa macam takut nak buat yang lain, takut salah, sebab tu letak yang itu.
Okay Zuhaira, I think that nanti you need to check with your supervisor.
Okay, madam.
Macam mana you nak correctkan number question number 2 and make sure that research objective yang ini pun dia akan reflect to each other. Research objective akan reflect research question akan reflect balik kepada research objective. Okay?
Okay, madam.
Okay, Fariza, right back to you. Thank you, Zahira.
Welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. Anyone, you are free to ask anything regarding to this topic for the last question. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
I want to ask you, Zuhaira, based on your research, you say that if we are too addicted to social media, it will affect the academic performance of a student. So I would like to know, other than the failure of a student's academic performance, will other negative effect happen to the student if he or she is too addicted to social media? Can you explain a little bit for me?
Okay, thanks for Farhana for asking me. For a question, it will other negative effect happen to the student if they're so addicted with social media. Is my answer yes, because if we so addicted to social media, it can affect our mental health, such as depression, lack of sleep, loss of focus in learning, irritable for no reason, causes behavioral disorder, anxiety, and pain and stress. All the negative habits can affect mental health and also physical. Due to these causes, addiction with social media also cause their minds to be disturbed. So they like to watch pornography, video, or sex. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you to Zuhaira Nasrin for your sharing. So I can summarize that there are some impacts of social media. It could be negative and it could be positive, and it could be useful for the education, but it will depend on an individual to use it wisely or the otherwise. Alhamdulillah, we are done with the first session. 12 presenters have been presented. Now we will take about 15 minutes, about 20 minutes to break before we continue with the next session. I'll see you back in 11 and 15 a.m. I repeat, 11 and 15 a.m. I hope really that the presenters will get ready on time to ensure the tentative will be followed smoothly as planned. And thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name
Assalamualaikum and welcome back presenters and participants. I really hope you are still here because we will continue with our second session. In this second session, we will be having another 2 sub-themes. However, we will continue with the previous sub-theme first, which is digital media impact sub-theme. So there will be another one presenter that will be presented for this sub-theme. So dear participants, without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Nik Nur Syafiqah binti Nik Hasbullah with the topic, the positive and negative effects of TikTok among teenagers. Sorry, presenters and participants, we have some technical issue. We will inform you back later if the issue has been resolved.
Today, I want to present about my research we titled The Positive and Negative Effect of TikTok Among Teenagers. Introduction. TikTok is the most widely used social media application right now with over 100 million users. One of the most frequently expressed concerns about this platform is the potential negative impact it could have on one's mental health. Some people believe that using TikTok puts teenagers' safety at risk. Others believe that it can help them to feel better about themselves. Problem statement. First, the problem of this research was to know the influence of a relatively new social network TikTok on the harmness and benefit to the teenagers. Second, TikTok create more authentic ads to promote customer product, which can increase the audience purchase intent. This is another strategy that can be done to increase online business sales in TikTok. Next, research objective. First, to determine the features on the TikTok and its function. Second, to identify the positive and negative effect of TikTok. Third, to evaluate the reason why the TikTok application has gained massive attention. Next, research question. First, cyberbullying is the negative effect that happens to the user TikTok if they use in wrong ways. Second, TikTok can be used as the business strategy to advertise the audience or customer. Third, TikTok can help users to gain more friends very fast in social media platform. Next, methodology. In this research, I use quantitative to collect data and it consists of 2 selections. The online question has been contributed through Google Form and the sample teenager average between 13 until 20 years old. Theory. People behave and interact with what they are adopting from their surrounding. These individuals collectively develop the personality of a society. Last but not least, conclusion. TikTok is a great application for making and watching funny video as well as meeting new people. It also enables users to learn and discover new things as well as opportunities such as voluntary or interning. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for an imposing presentation. As the representative of the organizer, I am truly apologize for the technical issue just now. So let's us continue with the Q&A session. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or the participant.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Fariza. Okay, so Nick, Nur Shafiqah.
Yeah, madam.
Okay, how are you? Same background with poster presentation. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so I think that you add creativity in your poster, which is good. But didn't say the but again. But I have a question for you regarding your research objective and also research question. Okay, so if you look at your research objective and also research question, first, if you look at your research question, what are the questions there? What are the questions in your research question?
Research question. First, cyberbullying is the negative effect.
Itu bukan soalan. That is not the question. Cyberbullying is the negative effects that happens to the users TikTok if them use it in wrong ways. Itu macam statement kan? Kan macam statement. Tak ada tanda soalan pun and it is not constructed in the way you ask the question. Lepas tu kalau dekat sini you mention about cyberbully, I think apa yang you construct dekat dalam research question ini much more about your idea berkenaan dengan apa yang participant akan jawab. Itu pendapat saya lah. Bila saya baca, this is not the question, not a research question even at all. TikTok, nanti tengok nombor 2. TikTok can be used as the business strategy to advertise the audience customer. Itu macam satu jawapan. Bermaksud bila you conduct the research, you akan identify ada jawapan-jawapan sebegini yang mungkin akan diberikan oleh you punya participant. And then point number 3. TikTok can help users to gain more friends very fast in social media platform. Itu pun bukan soalan. Bukan research question. Itu lebih kepada satu statement which is I don't know if it fits in the data analysis nanti ke ataupun apa. Tapi research question you tak ada di sini. You don't have research question here. Okay. So kalau you tengok research objective pula. To determine the features on the TikTok and its function. So it's okay. Maksudnya saya faham. Maksudnya research objective you nak determine apakah fungsi feature-feature dan juga TikTok dan juga function. If I could ask you regarding the quantitative analysis, you mungkin akan dalam you punya survey you akan provide lah apakah feature-features ni you akan list, kemudian participant mungkin akan jawab, akan tick ataupun apa-apalah yang mungkin akan bersesuaian dengan you punya survey nanti. Okay. And then to identify the positive and negative effects of TikTok. Ini pun okay, which is
Objective you okay. Number 3, to evaluate the reasons why the TikTok application has gained massive attention. Saya rasa ini lebih kepada to examine lah. Maksudnya you nak analisis ataupun nak examine, nak kaji berkenaan apakah penyebab dan reasons why the TikTok application has gained massive attention. Okay, so research objective you dah ada. But research question you to construct, macam mana you nak linkkan balik dengan research objective. So probably you punya research question yang pertama, you kena tengok balik research objective pertama. What are the features of TikTok and what the function of, contohlah what are the features and function of TikTok among mungkin dia nak ambil perspektif tu daripada teenagers that use TikTok kan. So ini kena tally balik, research question number 2 kena tally balik kepada research objective yang kedua. To examine, contoh for example, what are the positive and negative effects of TikTok. Nampak tak research question you kena construct based on research objective tadi. Boleh? Boleh
Boleh.
Okay, itu saya punya feedback. Okay, so itu mungkin saya dah ada macam jawapan lah diberikan kepada situ. Jadi soalan saya lah, if you could explain a little bit about your methodology, because it is not clear in the points that you mentioned about consists of 2 selection. What selection? That's the first question. What are the 2 selection that you mentioned in your methodology? And then number 2, the online question has been contributed. I think this is the wrong word that you use, probably distributed, bukan contributed, distributed. Jadi I want to know your sample. So you publish through you distributed through Google Form, betul? Tapi siapa, kalangan siapa? How do you find the teenagers to fill in the form? Itu question saya. Silakan.
Ya, Madam.
Silakan tadi untuk respon kepada bahagian metodologi. What are the 2 selections? Please explain. And then number 2, question number 2, how you going to define your sample of study?
Okay, to define our sample of study, I publish the Google Form via to the teenagers average 13 until 20 years old. I publish via WhatsApp and share with the teenager and share to friends, my sister.
Okay, so how many people overall?
Overall, I have 25 respondents.
25 respondents, but you are using quantitative. Okay, alright. So I think that you need to increase a little bit of the number. Unless kalau kita guna interview, mungkin kita akan buat 10 orang untuk kita interview kan. Tapi untuk quantitative, I think you boleh increase sikit lah number tu, mungkin 50 ke at least kan. Okay, alright. Thank you, Nick. Back to Fariza.
Madam.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Nick Naushafika. I think for the presenter, it will be only 1 question because we have time limit. So thank you for.
Sorry, just to make it clear, sebab ada markah untuk soalan yang seterusnya. So Fariza, you really need to ask other people to ask the second question.
Okay, baik, Doctor. Okay, let's continue with the next question. So is anyone would like to ask?
Hello, Assalamualaikum. I have a question. What is the negative effects that happens to users TikTok if they use in wrong ways? That's my question.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Okay, the negative effect that happens to the user TikTok if they use in wrong ways is cyberbullying. It is because the TikTok can be a hotspot for the dissemination of hurtful rumors, liars, and abuse that can leave long-lasting emotional scar. Therefore, the cyberbullying is persistent and does not end when the victim returns home. this cyberbullying also can lead to mental health problems such as depression and anxiety, which can lead to self harm. Okay, that's all.
Sorry Nick, nanti you kena check juga teori you sebab teori ni memang nampak tak clear lah, tak ada identification of theory, just to check with your supervisor nanti ya. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih Adam.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Nick Nur Shafika. So from my point of view, TikTok really allow users to learn and discover new things. But however, it can be harmful if we not use it wisely. And in order to ensure a positive experience, be diligent and be responsible. And now, presenters and participants, what I could sum up for this sub-theme, social media could give many impacts to us, either positive or negative. It could be useful in education. It could be useful in understanding about religion. It could be useful to enhance new knowledge. But somehow, people might overlook that the excessive time that has been spent on the social media really could affect the users' mental health and so on. So therefore, the choice is yours. Okay, now presenters and participants, now we will continue with our third sub-theme. And I am getting nervous and excited at the same time because I also will be as the one of the presenters in this sub-theme. Ladies and gentlemen, our next sub-theme is about gamification. And this is an exciting topic as we know. Video game is really popular among youth. And in this sub-theme, we will discuss about on how the video game will give an impact on someone's behavior and attitude, mental health. And however, we will only have five presenters for this sub-theme. So without further ado,
your line is not clear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. And today I'll be presenting about my academic poster which reflects my studies, which is gamification, video game and its efficacious effect towards online classes. My research background is as education as changing. With the rise of pandemic, online classes become boring day by day and something needs to be done. And for my research studies about gamification are lots to be found, but they rarely talk about online classes. Problem statement is some educators nowadays neglected how effective video games can be used to improve education, and in the era of technology, video game can be used to further increase the effectiveness of online classes corresponding to how this pandemic had changed our education. For my research question is first, what are the benefits of video games provide for online classes, how students implement a video game in online classes, and whether video games are effective in online classes. For my research objectives is to explore the benefits of video game towards online classes, to identify how students implement video game in online classes, and to determine the effectiveness of video game in online classes. For my theory and research methodology, I use the theory of gamified instructional design, which states that gamification does not affect learning directly, but instead stimulates a learning-related behavior in mediating or moderating process. For my research, I use qualitative analysis, use purposive sampling and semi-structured interview, which is much more logical for me to use quantitative in order to get much more deeper information and data about my studies. And the expected outcome of the research is gamification, specifically for video game, can improve how online classes are conducted to be more engaging and fun for both students and educators. And students are also familiar with the current technology so that most of them are comfortable when these video game elements are implemented in their online classes. What does Islam say about science and technology? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وأنزلنا الحديد فيه بأس شديد ومنافع للناس وليعلم الله من ينصره ورسله بالغيب إن الله قوي عزيز. This verse tells us that discovery and advancements are necessary for mankind, emphasizing that science and technology are necessary to improve our life. For my conclusion and the impact of my research is that Video games play a big role in improving education now and the future. Students should be aware of how video games can help them on improving the engagement and effectiveness of online classes. The world are starting to be digitalized day by day. Students and educators should embrace all the technologies that have been developed, and gamification for online classes should be discussed by the educators towards making more interactive online classes that are now a norm during pandemic times. I think that's all for me. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you for an outstanding presentation. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Assalamualaikum Usama.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you very much for the response. Okay, so I think that overall you have a great poster there. You also managed to include some of the Islamic elements, which is the foundation of the seminar itself, New Media and Islam. Okay, so overall the structure of the poster is really good and easy to follow, which you divide all the sections carefully so that I know which one is research background, theory, methodology, problem statement, and so on. Basically, I don't have any major question that I want to ask you, but probably you can provide me some of your perspective regarding the conclusion of your study. So it is indicated that the world are starting to be digitalized day by day. Students and educators should embrace all the technologies that are developed. So probably, if I can get your opinion, Usama, how can we both students and also lecturers specifically can embrace the technologies and utilize them, appropriate them for the benefit of online classes?
Okay, and thank you for the question, madam, and for the compliment. Okay, for the question, madam asked about my opinion about how the world is going to be digitalized and how we can utilize this technology into our online classes as this COVID-19 and pandemic and so on. Okay, so from my opinion, USIM student itself use goals global access learning system. So that is one of the example of gamification, which is in the system itself. It has tasks, it has percentage on how many assignments that you have submitted. So if you finish in a course, so the task will be on 0% to 50% and then let's say to 100%. So this is one way that we can utilize this technology into our online classes. So as my poster says that the world is going to be digitalized, as we all know. One of the major companies in the world, which is Facebook, is introducing a metaverse for example. So this metaverse, this technology, we as a student and also as a Muslim itself, we need to understand how this works and how to utilize this in to further spread Islamic knowledge, further spread our knowledge, and also further to increase our own knowledge about the world today. So that is my opinion about the implementation of this technology to online classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sama, for the response.
Thank you, Doctor. So I open the opportunity for the other participant to ask question.
Okay, I have a question. So based on your research, I have what is the difference of video games with gamifications?
Okay, Najiha, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Najiha. So Najiha asked about what is the difference between gamification and video game. So it may sound like one is a video game. Both of them have the word game in it, but it has a slight difference between it. Gamification is how you utilize the game element which as I've said before with Madam Kartini's question about online classes. So the gamification is the element of video game. So in video game, we have levels, we have quests, we have badges. You know, when you complete an achievement, you get some sort of like logo for yourself. You completed this achievement and so on. So this is what gamification is. So I'm not, from my research, I am not focusing on playing video games. So you enter this classroom and you play Minecraft and so on. No. So, and for gamification, I utilize this video game element to be implemented in online classes. So can you answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Usama. Here I could see that video game can be utilized in order to make online classes more engaging and entertaining. So now, dear participants, we will continue with the next presenter. With all due respect, please welcome Muhammad Firdaus bin Razwan with a topic and analysis of gambling video game among Muslim youth.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, today I will present about an analysis gambling video games among Muslim young. Okay, in recent day, there are many people playing video games, especially the young people. In the recent study, they found that 12 years old already engaged in gambling. This we are worried as the parents how the 12-year-old or the young people are engaged in video games. Okay, in objective to examine the relationship between video games and gambling might affect to real life. Okay, the second is to identify young Muslim addiction toward trend feature in technology. Okay, so how the methodology I will use? Okay, the methodology. This example for methodology. I get from the past, from the other researcher. Okay, the participant recruit through advertisement, asking them to complete the survey. It's like give a survey and they will answer. Okay, and the result is the result is a very upset and significant. Okay, the first part is the most severe the participant problem gambling was the more money they spend on loot boxes. Okay, the second is significant relationship between paying for loot boxes and problem gambling. Okay, and analysis also find that show that greater the level of an individual spending on those process, the more severe the problem gambling. This show that if you spend more money to the gambling, to the loot box or the gambling thing, the severe the problem gambling is about. Okay, the second is when it comes to determining the degree of problem gambling, those who paid for loot boxes score more than twice as high as those who did not. Okay, this shows that if you spend gambling, problem gambling, there is the twice and high the significant if you don't buy the gambling feature. Okay, in the chart, they are also state that gamers who pay to open is 62.4, and gamers who only engage in unpaid opening is 37.6%. Okay, this show that only 37 points for the loot boxes in the for free, or they get from challenge or anything. But the other part is 62.4% is gamers who pay for to open the loot boxes. This is a statistic that there are many people to buy to loot boxes thing. Okay, so the conclusion is there is the more money players spend on loot boxes, the more serious the gambling addiction becomes. Additionally, gamers who pay for loot boxes rather than participating primarily in unpaid opening score more than twice as high on compulsive gambling tests as those who did not. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for a knowledgeable sharing. We will proceed with the Q&A session. Now I would kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Assalamualaikum. Muhammad Firdaus bin Razwan.
Salam, madam. Sorry, madam. Okay, sorry, madam. My laptop have a problem with the camera, so I have another device to show my face lah.
Okay, so you're using another device?
Yes.
Which one?
The same one.
The same one.
Same username, but the other is have my face lah.
I can see only, okay, you there, okay. All right, Sir Firdaus, thank you very much for your presentation just now. So it is about video games. Okay, so to be honest, it is hard for me to view your poster because the text are really small. I'm sure that you admit that too. Okay, so basically there are some also missing parts or points such as no indication of theory, for example, in the poster, and then research question and also research objectives are also missing. Okay, so research background and problems, you have a background there, for example, introduction, but problem statements is also not indicated in the poster. Okay, but I have a question for you. That's my feedback, but I have a question for you regarding your methodology. So it is not clear to me because you stated that participants were recruited through an advertisement. So this word advertisement, I don't find it suitable word to use in this poster or even in your research or thesis academic project. So probably you can enlighten us. What does it mean by this word, an advertisement? And maybe you can explain to us how you what is your sample, what comprising of your sample, and then how you approach them, and then how you distribute the survey.
Okay, thank you, madam, for the comment. Okay, sorry for the last minute presentation about this. Okay, for about the methodology, how about the advertisement? Okay, the advertisement, especially in the advertisement, if the madam said before, the advertisement, there's a methodology I picked from the research. But that's not my methodology. But my methodology is about to give Google form toward the young people use between 15 years old until 29-year-old. That's my methodology to give Gmail to give Gform, Google form or survey to the target audience. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you, Firdaus. Just to make sure that in your thesis, the word advertisement will not be used, because it is not a suitable choice of word that you're going to use this advertisement word. Okay. Firdaus, are you there?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you, Doctor. So I would kindly welcome if there is anyone that has question to be asked.
I have funding in video games are getting serious among children.
Okay. Thank you. Who is that question? The key question. Okay. Okay. The question is, it is gambling in video games are serious among children. Okay. From the article from the Guardian or the UK UK news, they said that 40% children seriously have their problem gambling in video games. Okay. From this point, we see that there are many there are show that children already how they manage to access the gambling thing, such as the casino. KMC.
Is there any technical issue?
MC ada aku biar kau.
Sorry for the technical issue. I think there's a connection problem or some technical issue has just happened from the organizer. So I think we may continue with the next presenter, isn't it? Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry again. So thank you to Muhammad Firdaus. Ladies and gentlemen, I could conclude that in this digital era, playing video game is a trending among community, whether younger people or older. And as a Muslim, we need to emphasize this video game gambling because sometimes we might have overlooked this trend. So therefore, for the video game player, please be aware of this issue. So without further ado, let me invite the next presenter, Muhammad Ashraf bin Nordin, with his topic, Online Games Contribute to Behavioral Change and Mental Health Issues Among USIM Students. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So today I will present my research, which is online games contributes to change and behavior change and mental health issue among USIM students. My name is Muhammad Asraf Benuddin and my metric number is 118-118-2170. Okay. The rate of evolvement, technology application, games, and simulations are already widely integrated in education. They are deployed extensively in the field of education with an existing body, work examining in the relation between games and education. The study were conducted to reduce the students' pressure in their studies and addiction of online games, which can adversely affect their health. The research question is, what is the contribution of online games to the student behavior? And the second research question is, what is the effect of online game towards students' mental health? And the objective of this research is to identify the online game's effects on students' behavior and to investigate the effect of the game on student mental health. In this theory, I will use the game-based learning, which is learning through games allow students to experiment in non-threatening scenarios and acquire knowledge through practice and social interaction, both with the environment and their peers. And the method of research is quantitative research by using the survey like questions provided in this questionnaire to get the data and achieve the research objective. In conclusion, viewing game-based learning as a series of learning engagements and treating game design elements as strategies to achieve engagement based on established cognitive, effective, motivational, and socio-cultural foundation can contribute to a more systematic process of conceptualizing and designing games. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashraf. So let's move to the Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturers or participants.
Right, thank you Fariza. Okay, Assalamualaikum Asraf.
Waalaikumsalam, Madam.
Muhammad Asraf. Okay. Sihat ya?
Ya, Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Ashraf. Okay. So I was hoping that you add some visual element lah. Letaklah visual element sikit dekat dalam you punya poster. And also probably in future you boleh untuk kemaskinikan lagi lah you punya poster kita present kan, tak nak lah nampak atas tu you punya location of your folder tu nampak dia punya link kat situ kan. Location daripada mana users tu okay. So I'm going to ask you a question. So just now I have provided my feedback. Okay, so I have a question for you. If you could simplify to us or maybe summarize in your own words. Okay, so because if I'm referring to your research background, it's a very simple way you address the situation. That is method of combining instructional content with game dynamics and mechanics to boost student engagement and learning. So for me, I am not clear of the background of the study. What makes you do what make you do this research?
Okay, thank you, Madam. For the research, I will study for about online games, which is mainly for social interaction in gaming. So in this study, I was emerging in learning environment with gaming online. So that's all.
Add more elaboration, please. What is online games and also for example, if you could link to behavior change and mental health issues, what make you do this research? You need to provide that background. Apa yang you nampak bila you contohnya you buat literature review, you identify this sebagai contoh daripada literature review ni. Okay, so saya nampak sebenarnya ada gap di situ yang saya nak buat research saya. So you need to identify that. Mungkin you boleh explain sikit.
So I can be, for use example, as Mobile Legend games. I would like to play Mobile Legend games. Can be compared. This is a multiplayer game, which is you can interaction with other friends or public person.
Ashraf,
So I can
okay.
improve my social. So I can improve my social skills. So I can improve my social skills. Saya yakin them.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Ashraf, for your answer for the first question. Okay, Fariza.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Anyone, please feel free to ask.
Assalamualaikum Ashraf. I want to ask, are these mental health benefits on online games?
Yeah, thank you, Sharika. As I can say, such as examples of like multiplayer games, this could encourage cooperation, such as this is also like a low stakes environment for you to stakes or days out talking and fostering relationship with new people. Thank you.
Thank you to Muhammad Ashraf. I could summarize, sometimes players, they are not realizing that they are exhibiting signs or symptoms of addiction. So it has the potential to cause despair, anxiety, and loneliness. So presenters and participants, the next presenter also will highlight about the relation of video game and behavior. With all due respect, please welcome Muhammad Haris bin Zakaria to the topic, the impacts of video game addiction towards individuals' daily lifestyle and behavior.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Muhammad Haris bin Zakaria. Today I'm going to present my academic poster for the seminar on new media and Islam. The title is The Impacts of Video Games Addiction Towards Individuals' Daily Lifestyle and Behavior. For the research background, today's generation do not appear to spend their free time in their homes, but they will spend their time on playing online video games. Online video gaming has such a strong influence on not only the young, but also people of all ages. Video game is all about gain a high score, interact with other players, obtain the rarest thing, and level up as quickly as possible. Yes, it appears that there are no restrictions on who can play online video games, how they can be played, or what they can be used for. For the research problem, the process of social issues faced by gaming addicts, video gaming addicts become obsessed with gaming. There are several things have been affected by video gaming addict, which are the first one, overspend time on video games will make individual neglect his education and health. Second, a person tends to be isolated and playing video games for the most of the time. Third, gaming addicts are exposed with aggressiveness and violence. For the research question, the first one, how does video games addiction impact an individual's daily lifestyle? Second, how does video games addiction influence an individual's behavior? For the research objective, to understand the impact of video games addiction on individuals' daily lifestyle. Second, to discover the influence of video games addiction on individuals' behavior. For the research theory, I choose flow theory. Flow theory is a motivational theory that is frequently applied to video gaming addiction to understand the behavior. Flow theory is based around having an optimal experience while involved in some activity. To achieve this flow state, there are a number of things that the experience must provide. It must have a clear objective, provide immediate feedback on performance, be challenging, but not so much as to overcome the individual skills, immerse the individual, and must be interesting in general. One would assume that individuals who often achieve this flow state in the particular game will be more prone to become addicted. For the methodology, research design, for this research, I use qualitative type of research. It is much more logical and open-minded to study the influences of video game addiction. For the population, this research is based on students in Malaysia. It is much logical to collect data and sampling from the students in Malaysia, primarily USAM students. For the sampling, I opt to use random sampling because it is a part of the sampling technique in which each sample has equal probability of being chosen. 5 random informants will be chosen to conduct the interview. For the conclusion, video games addiction is a global phenomenon and have massive influence on individuals' daily lifestyle and behavior. Conclusively, we need to manage and allocate our time wisely and avoid spend time on video games. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for splendid sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Now kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Haris, for the presentation just now. So, if you're ready, maybe I can go straight to the question.
Yeah. I'm hearing you, madam.
Okay. So, Haris, I'm going to ask you regarding your methodology. Specifically, it direct me to this attention of your sampling. Because I would like to know from your own perspective, because you state there that I hope to use random sampling because it is a part of the sampling technique in which each sample has an equal probability of being chosen. So if you could share with us, because I know that you're going to conduct qualitative type that is going to be interview. Haris?
Yes, madam.
Interview. So how are you going to interview the people that have this criteria of that they play the video games and they become addicted? Because you are using random sampling, so probably you're going to choose people randomly that include people who are not having the criteria such as playing video games, and also they have the tendency to become addicted to video games. So maybe you can explain to us.
Okay, madam. Thank you for this question. Can you hear me, madam? Okay. For the answer is, from my personal opinion, I choose the random sampling because it is quite easy to collect the data, and how I'm going to write the transcript of the research. The way how I collect the data, first I will observe my circle, which is my friends. I will pick randomly from my friends who playing online video games, such as Saifullah, who play PUBG Mobile, Ashraf, who play Mobile Legends with Arman. So I will pick the person or people who tends to play video games. And if I want to go to the big circle, I can just use the social media platforms such as Facebook or Twitter and make a random question or statement on the platform and waiting for the response from the users or the consumers in the social media platforms. Basically, if you want, it is easier to use Facebook because the users in the Facebook are very responsive regarding any issues or particular matters, and I will focus more on it after this, madam.
Okay, all right. So thank you for your response, Haris. Just from for the feedback, from what I think is that you need to use purposive sampling, because you just now you mentioned specifically that you will choose person who have the criteria of have the tendency to play video games. So I think the most suitable sampling that you should use is purposive sampling. Maksudnya you dah ada kriteria tu. Kriteria, walaupun even though you have a circle of friends, you akan being selective lah. Maksudnya kawan you yang ini ada main game, yang ini tak ada. Bukan semua kawan you yang ada main game contoh, tapi you akan being selective, akan memilih kawan-kawan ataupun circle of friend yang memang ada kriteria. Sama juga if you going to implement that through social media, that you going to have this sample of study, you akan ambil ataupun you akan try to approach people ataupun social media users yang memang mereka main game, kan? Otherwise there is no use for you to select randomly yang tak ada kriteria bermain game tadi tu. Okay, that's from my point of view. Okay, thank you so much, Fariza. Back to you.
Thank you, madam. So let's move to the next question. Anyone, you are free to ask anything regarding to this topic. So please welcome.
I have a question. So does playing video games will bring any benefit for the consumer?
Okay, thank you for this question. Now I will try to state 3 benefit of playing video games. The first one is it is quite common, which is people love to play video game because it will help to try reduce their stress, and it can become a temporary solution for them to get away from their problem. Second, nowadays there are many gamers that can be played online. We can play it online platform such as Mobile Legend and PUBG Mobile. It also can help us to improve our social connection, and it can help us to find and make a new friend, have the same interest with us. And for the last one is, play video games can help us to improve our decision making, which is, I give example, I love to play football games like FIFA. So I need to build or organize a structure or strategies for my team to win the game. So that's how I can improve my decision making. If I lose, I can try to observe what is my weakness and try to improve it for the next match. That's all, madam. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad Haris. I could conclude that the influence of playing video games, whether it is online or offline, can be double-edged sword for all ages of people. If we spend too much time on playing video games, we could be prone to become addicted, and it will affect our daily lifestyle and behavior. Then it also has advantages, which people can learn new words and know how to construct English sentences by playing video games.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for interrupt. I am Alinia Dira Ismail, the previous MC. Now I will take over the session for a while, as the next presenter will be our MC. In her sharing, she will be focusing on one of the most popular video games genre among youth, which is violent video game. Without further ado, let me welcome Fariza Farah Amani binti Muhammad Fuzi with the topic Impacts of Violent Video Games on Players' Behavior among Students of Faculty, Leadership and Management, FKP UC.
Assalamualaikum, my name is Fariza Farah Amani binti Muhammad Fuzi, and today I would like to present regarding impacts of violent video game on players' behavior among students of Faculty Leadership and Management, FKP UC. Let's go through on how violent video games started. In 1992, Wolfenstein 3D allowed the players to feel as they are the ones that have been killed, fighting and killing. Mortal Kombat, Postal to Resident Evil 4, Grand Theft Auto and Carmageddon are among the most extreme violent video games. And for your information, Mortal Kombat has become all-time bestsellers, and all of these violent video games has violent elements, having sex with prostitute, murdering, and many more. And excessive time that has been spent in violent video game really could give a devastating impact on players' behavior. And Allah already mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah in verse 195, do not cast yourself into destruction with your own hands. Many cases that have been reported due to the influence of violent video game. And one of it is Harian Metro reported in January 2018 in Indonesia. There were 2 16-year-old students have killed a Grab driver due to the influence of violent video game. And BH Online reported in 2019, Negeri Sembilan Mufti Datuk Muhammad Yusof Ahmad urged the government to ban PUBG because this game contribute to the violent act and reduce empathy. This study would like to understand the impacts of violent video game on players' behavior and also to discover the aggressive behavior of players due to the influence of violent video game, and also to explore the aggressiveness among gender due to the influence of violent video game. And General Aggressive Model GAM by Anderson and Bushman 2002 has been used in this study in order to help to understand aggression. And also this theory also mentioned that the repetitive of violent video game could lead to aggressive belief
attitude, behavior scripts, and also desensitization to aggression. This study also used qualitative research design and exponential discriminative snowball sampling has been chosen. And the interview session will be held through online communication platform. And this study focused on students of Faculty Leadership and Management FKP USIM. As a conclusion, violent video game really could lead to the player's behavior, such as reduce their pro-social behavior, desensitization, violent and aggressive behavior. And much research have proved that male players tend to have higher aggressiveness rather than female. But however, female player might still have aggression behavior, but not much of the previous studies have proven it. And this study will open the minds of the public and will be as a reference to their parents out there in order to monitor their children's activities, moreover regarding to the playing violent video game. I think that is all from me. Thank you.
Now we will continue with the Q&A session. Well done, Fariza. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturers or participants.
Okay, thank you very much, Alini. Okay, so Fariza.
Yes, Dr.
Okay, all right. So I have a question for you. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the very detailed research background that although I have no much experience of video games, I've played video games before. And I've actually spent my money on video games before, but this is a kind of detailed background on the video game aspects that you provide some of the background to your research. And just my feedback is that if you could add some strong reference from journal into your problem statement, that would be great. Fariza. Maksudnya you nampak kan, you ambil daripada Harian Metro and also BH Online, which is I think it's okay. But if you could support that with daripada reference from journal, dia akan lebih mantap lah, right? Fariza ke Alini, that one?
Sorry, madam. I was kicked from the Zoom.
Okay. So okay, it's okay. Okay, so I have a question for you because you mentioned, I have a question for you regarding methodology. So you mentioned that the study used qualitative research design and the exponential discriminative snowball sampling method. May I know if you could provide us in detail what is exponential discriminative snowball sampling and why you use it? 3 questions in 1 question. First one is the description. I want to know your understanding. Number 2, why do you use exponential discriminative snowball sampling? And number 3, if you could highlight the limitation and also advantage of this sampling in your research. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Doctor. For the exponential discriminative snowball sampling, is about when we use snowball sampling, I explain the snowball sampling first. The snowball sampling is about when the first few samples do suggest some of the potential interviewee that could have the same characteristic, such as this study is about playing violent video games, so they will suggest maybe their friends or their peers that also playing violent video games. So that one is a snowball sampling. But when we talk about the exponential discriminative snowball sampling, it's about when the I as the researcher will do this screening first for the potential interviewee that has been suggested by my first few samples. So I will screen the interviewee first. Either they will exactly fit my characteristic for my research. Because I have
okay, that's clear. So that's clear. If you could provide me some of the advantage and also limitation of using that sampling technique. Sorry.
Okay, for the
Advantage and
advantages of this, for the advantage of this sampling, I will ensure my reliability or the credibility of my validity and my reliability of my findings, because I know the interviewee that has been chosen is the right one, is the most suitable one for my research. And the limitation is it requires me a lot of time because I need to screen the interviewee first, and I need to analyze either they are really suitable for my research. And I think that's all for me.
Outstanding. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, madam. Let's go to the second question. Anyone would like to ask?
Okay, hello, Fariza. I have a question. My question is, do you believe that the level of aggressiveness of player will be depend on their gender? If not, do you suggest the other factor that could influence the aggressiveness of player? Understand my question?
Yes,
Alright. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. As for me, yes, for the research question, as the researcher, I want to analyze based on the gender, but I've done pre-testing, but from the analyzation from my pre-testing, the interviewee said that it also could be it also could be from the other factors, from the external factors such as their team player or their peers, their friends, because sometimes their friends criticizes on the players, always put on the blame on the players, and sometimes it will be the reason for the player to get mad easily, to act aggressively. So I think not only based on the gender, but also will be based on the on their people surrounding, on their surrounding. Is that clear, Mu'min?
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. I think that's all. That is all from the presenter. What I could conclude from her sharing is violent video game could lead to the player's behavior. We are in alarming situation when this violent video game could lead more to the negative impacts rather than positive impacts. Okay, sorry, presenters and participants, also for Dr. I need to use Alini Nadira device for a while because I still don't know why only my laptop can't connect to the see Wi-Fi. I don't know why. So I will continue with the next sub theme. Alhamdulillah, thank you Alini Nadira for take over this session during my turn. And now we will proceed with our next sub-theme, which is digital media and innovation. And in this sub-theme, we will highlight the use of digital media on branding and business. And we also will be having 4 presenters in this sub-theme. So therefore, without further ado, let me introduce our first presenter for this sub-theme with the topic TikTok, a perfect platform to develop product presence and branding. I would like to welcome Nur Akila Shahira binti Azmi for her sharing.
Present my academic poster of Seminar on New Media and Islam. The title of my research is TikTok, a perfect platform to develop product presence and branding. First, for the research background, TikTok is a site that combines music, lip-sync videos, humor, and microblogging material. It became a popular platform for marketing campaigns, especially in product presence and branding, because TikTok provides users a platform to exhibit creativity in making attractive video content for marketing. TikTok is still in process emerging into one-stop platform for branding, launching, and promoting products. Next, for my research problems, individuals' average amount of time spent on social media platforms increased in 2020. Global consumers are expected to spend more time consuming digital and video content. There are two problem statements that can be contained from this research, which are, first, TikTok provides a platform for people to express their creativity and not only for marketing or promoting product. Second, the algorithm within TikTok platform is unpredictable. People need to adjust their approaches. Next, for research questions, first, how is the impact of using TikTok platform on developing product presence? Second, how do the TikTok platform influence branding and reputation development? For the research objective, first, to understand the TikTok platform's impact on developing product presence. Second, to explore the influence of the TikTok platform on branding and reputation development. Next, for the theory, Source Message Channel and Receiver (SMCR) model is a communication theory to explain various aspects of the communication process. According to it, any communication process is determined by the four components of source, message, channel, and receiver. TikTok's content is created entirely to fulfill the needs of its user, increasing the diversity of video and appealing to various user characteristics. It ensures that the communication process is diverse and unique in order to effectively provide video content to viewers and produce complete and efficient content outputs. Next, for my methodology, for the study, I prefer to conduct qualitative research, studying the impacts of TikTok platform usage in developing online presence and branding is the most reasonable by using qualitative. This study is attempting to prove a point by studying further into ideas or personal experiences. This study is based on students in Malaysia, specifically University Science Islam Malaysia students. It is considerably more rational and practical to limit the scope of this study. I opt to use random sampling because it is a part of the sampling technique in which each sample has an equal probability of being chosen. 5 random informants will be chosen to conduct the interview. Last but not least, for the conclusion, TikTok is a very extensive platform and is still developing. Users, especially for marketing purpose, can use it to develop product presence and branding for a long term. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the impressive sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Now we'll kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Right, thank you, Fariza. So, Akila Shahira, Nur Akila Shahira.
Yes, madam.
Which one? Cannot find you in the screen. Akila, okay, there you are. Okay, second page. Okay, all right. So thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so maybe if we could clarify first regarding your research question number 1. Do you think that the question how is suitable to use in this context? What do you think? How is the impact?
Okay, madam, thank you for the question. So regarding for my research question, how is it suitable to use for my research question? I think it is suitable because of I think I want to know more actually how the impact example for the first research question, how is the impact of using TikTok platform on developing product presence? Because I want to know how the TikTok affected in developing product presence to the users.
Okay, as for me, it is not clear because if you are using what is the impact, then it's much more clearer. What is the impact of using TikTok platform on developing product presence? Maksudnya dia lebih jelas lah apakah impactnya.
kan? Tapi how is the impact? Bagaimana dia macam ada satu missing point dekat situ. How is the impact of using TikTok platform probably affecting the development of product present? Itu okay. How? Maksudnya kita nak tengok macam mana dia memberi efek bagi contoh kan. Tapi kalau impact macam ni tak ada ayat yang macam satu missing kat sini, I think that what is the impact tu lebih sesuai lah. What is the impact of using TikTok platform on developing product presence sebagai contoh.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I would now let's continue with the next question. Is there anyone who would like to ask?
Okay, Akila, I want to ask. Do you think TikTok is still relevant for the next 10 years?
Okay, thank you, Ashikin, for the question. From my personal opinion, I could say TikTok will remain relevant for the next 10 years. For example, I will use a comparison. 5 years back then, people tend to read longer and write longer text on Facebook. But now, since the technology evolving around us, we can see younger generation, which is us, tends to read shorter text, which can be found on Twitter platform. So I think it is not possible. It's not impossible for TikTok platform, which provides short video content, can overtake YouTube, for example, for the next 10 years for its credibility in provide great features and in combining music and video at the same time.
Okay, sorry just now because I think that I've lost my connection just now. I've lost my connection. Okay, can you please re-explain, Akila?
Sorry, Madam, re-explain for the question. First question.
Yes, just now. First question.
For the first question.
Yes. About your methodology, about your sample.
Madam, may you repeat the question, please? Because I can hear the second question from Madam.
Tak jelas sangat lah, Akila Syahira.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Madam. Can you hear me?
Yang sekarang boleh.
Madam, can you please repeat the question because I can hear the question.
Because I cannot see the screen right now. It's black right now. Usama, I really need your help to reshare the screen. Boleh tak Usama kalau share semula? Mungkin sebab saya terkeluar tadi and then suddenly the screen tadi dia jadi blank balik. I cannot see the screen. Okay, Akila, tak apa. Just now you mentioned about you punya, just now I asked you about methodology. Dalam methodology tu you mentioned about sampling. You're going to interview university student that is specifically going to be USIM students, kan? Betul kan?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so probably if you could define a little bit more, berapa orang yang you nak interview, for example, range umur berapa, dan macam mana you nak approach them in order for you to interview them.
Okay, thank you, Madam, for the question. Okay, since I mentioned that I choose USIM student, so because I'm using random sampling, I will choose choose 5 informants since it is qualitative research. I don't set for the age because it is random. Since it's random, so I think I could probably just simply randomly choose the informant for my interview questions.
Okay, just my feedback is that it's okay for us, even it's better kalau kita ada limit, macam kita macam you dah identify kan, you akan interview students, so it's based on students in Malaysia, specifically UC Science Islam Malaysia, so you dah specifickan USIM students, so it's even better for you
to, memang kita kena ada specific range of ni lah, umur sebagai contoh. Kalau dalam research kita tak boleh nak cover semua. Otherwise dia akan terlalu jadi macam terlalu general kan. Unless kalau you nak buat macam comparison ke umur dalam range ni dan makin tua lah sebagai contoh. Tapi dalam research memang kita kena spesifikkan range tu berapa umurnya. Contoh kalau macam dalam kategori USIM student general berapa umur dia, range berapa, mungkin dalam 18, 19 hingga 22 sebagai contoh. So you need to be really specific lah. Kenapa guna random sample? Sebab saya rasa tak semua orang guna TikTok. So probably you can explain.
Yeah, I think I would pick random people since no matter either the person have TikTok account or not, since I want to know either marketing or specifically product and branding development is great on TikTok. Since TikTok videos also could able to spread to other social media platforms, it means other people also can see even they do not have the account. Because I also want to know if the people who are not using TikTok know is it TikTok good for marketing, specifically for product presence and branding. That's all.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Akila. Ariza, second question, yeah, please.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's continue with the second question. Is there anyone who would like to ask?
Yes, me. I want to ask Akila. Do you think that TikTok is still relevant for the next 10 years? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashikin, for the question. Okay, I think from my personal opinion, I could say TikTok will remain relevant for the next 10 years. It is because, okay, I will use a comparison. 5 years back then, people tend to read longer and write longer text on Facebook. But now, since the technology evolving around us, we can see younger generation tends to read shorter text, which can be found on Twitter platform. So I think it is not possible TikTok platform, it's not impossible TikTok platform which provides short video content can overtake, for example, YouTube for the next 10 years for its credibility and provide great features in combining music and video at the same time. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nur Akila Shahira. From what has been shared by our presenter, I could sum up that TikTok offers a brilliant opportunity for marketers to reach younger audiences around the globe. And in a highly recreative and playful environment, and many social media memes begin on TikTok, and brands can boost their credibility by being at the forefront of these cutting-edge trends. So, dear distinguished participant, the next presenter will also focus on TikTok application. We could see the incredible on the rise of TikTok application started during this pandemic, even though actually TikTok has been created on 2016, and it is about a few years ago. Let us see what is going to be discussed by our presenter about this application. Without further ado, let me invite Hafizah Nadia binti Awang with the topic TikTok and Income Generation, a study among young TikTokers. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Hafizah Nadia binti Awang. So I would like to present about my academic poster for the seminar on new media and Islam. The title is TikTok and Income Generation, a study among young TikTokers. For research background, TikTok has become a leading destination for short-form mobile video. TikTok allows users to create, watch, and share short videos. And TikTok users can add effects such as filters, background music, and stickers. Next, problem statement. Although TikTok is widely used for entertainment and socialization, recent trend highlights that TikTok is increasingly used as income generation. However, further investigation is needed to study the impact of TikTok on income generation among TikTokers. Next, research question. The first one is, what motivates users to use TikTok for income generation? Second, how TikTok is used by TikTok users for income generation, and whether TikTok is effective to be used for income generation, and why. Next, research objective. First, to explore what motivates users to use TikTok for income generation. Second, to identify how TikTok is used by TikTok users for income generation, and to investigate whether TikTok effective to be used. It's for income generation and why. Next, research concept for online income generation. According to Akmal Omar in 2013, online income generators use the internet as a platform. This concept is like a conventional business, and the only difference is that online income generators conduct business online and rarely deal directly with consumers. Next, research methodology. The first one is research design. The qualitative data collection for this research involve conducting semi-structured interviews. Each interview session lasted for about 55 minutes to 1 hour. Next, population. I will collected 5 participants are purposely chosen comprising teenagers who are using TikTok to generate income. The last one is sampling. The participants are approaches through WhatsApp, Google Meet, and Microsoft Teams. And the last one is conclusion. At the current pace, the research found out that many young TikTokers are interested in generating income through TikTok. And the TikTok is easy to use and easy to earn income generation by only posting interesting videos. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for a great sharing. Now, let's move to the Q&A session. I would kindly welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Okay, so thank you, Fariza. Assalamualaikum, Hafizah Nadia. Hafizah, tak dengar sangat suara dia. Kuat sikit. Tak berapa jelas. Dengar sipi-sipi je. Waalaikumsalam je. Try again. Saya takut nanti bila saya tanya soalan, I cannot hear you well. Nanti you kena repeat. Try dulu. Assalamualaikum. Tak dengar sangat. How about others? You all boleh dengar tak dengan clear?
We can't hear you, Hafizah Nadia.
Try lagi, Hafizah. Try dekat sikit dengan laptop or devices yang you use. Try test suara. Yang ni tak dengar langsung pula.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Hafizah Nadia.
Sambil you try, maybe you can try untuk ni lah, test supaya kami dengar. Boleh try balik, Hafizah? Try suara balik. Tak dengar. Tadi macam dah tadi masa awal tadi macam dengar sikit tapi sipi-sipi je. Right now tak boleh dengar langsung. Tapi you boleh dengar saya?
Ya, madam.
Okay dah, boleh dah, clear. Okay, one more.
Hello, madam.
Okay, alright. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so Hafizah, thank you very much for your presentation. It's okay lah, tadi ada error sikit kan. It's okay, it's happened anyway. Okay, so I have a question for you. Because you're using concept online income generation, maybe you can elaborate or enlighten us. Maksudnya you menerangkan kepada kami. Because you are using online income generation concept, I would like to know the differences between conventional concept of income generation and also why you use online income generation. What is or are the differences?
Hello. Isam. Okay. So there is this concept on because I did not see the story or to generate only income. To generate on income in TikTok. And because this thing is still new, maybe in 2019 until 2001. So that's why I use research concept and theory. Nida.
Yes, okay. Apalah macam dengar tak dengar sangat Hafizah. Just saya boleh ambil grab you punya attention, sorry you punya main point sikit-sikit lah. But it's okay, at least you ada main point tadi tu. Okay, so continue for the second question.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. I open the opportunity for any participants who would like to ask questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask question?
Okay, I want to ask Nadia.
Okay.
I have a question. Why do you use this concept theory?
Okay. Before this, which is Madam Kartini is Madam Kartini asked. I use the concept on online income generation is because I did not find successfully to generate income in TikTok, and because this thing is still new. Maybe in 2019 until 2021. Thank you for the question.
Okay, so Hafizah, if I could request your help, right after this, boleh tak you textkan you punya jawapan tadi tu dekat saya? Textkan jawapan yang you dah mention tadi tu dekat saya. Tak dengar langsung lah. Boleh terus textkan jawapan tadi tu dekat saya Sebab saya macam ada main point yang saya dapat, ada yang macam tak dapat sangat. Probably because of your microphone ke apa ke. Okay, just terus type dan bagi dekat saya immediately. Boleh Soalan tadi tu lah. Satu berkenaan dengan you punya soalan berkenaan dengan konsep tadi tu. Satu lagi berkenaan dengan siapa tadi tanya, berkenaan dengan why do you use teori konsep, bukan teori konsep lah, it's a research concept maksudnya konsep lah kita gunakan, bukan teori. Okay, itu dua jawapan tu segera bagi dekat saya supaya saya boleh evaluate dengan sewajarnya lah. Okay, alright, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Hafizah Nadia. So here I could summarize that the TikTok is not only for the entertainment and not only for the socialization, but in fact, TikTok can also give users to generate income, generate our own money, especially among the young TikTokers. So dear participants, the next presenter will highlight about the online business. I thought this might be because of her experience in doing online business started from this pandemic, and this experience have motivated her to conduct her own research regarding to this field. So without further ado, let me welcome the next presenter, Nurul Farhana binti Abdul Wahab, with her topic, doing business online among university students, challenges or opportunities. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nurul Farhana binti Abdul Wahab. Today I would like to present my academic poster of seminar on new media and Islam. The title of my research is Doing Business Online Among University Students, Challenges and Opportunities. So now we go to introduction. Online business is more benefit and advantageous because the internet is not only medium of communication for the sellers and customer, but it is also a medium for the seller to contact supplier. Social media can be viewed in a variety of ways. It is a group of software-based digital technology which is usually presented as apps and sites provide user with online environment in which they can send and receive digital content or information across a few types of online social network. In this context, social media refer to the main platform and service such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So now we go to problem statement. Online business also gives challenges to the students. For example, customers do not want to take risk of purchasing online product. Even though there is challenges and opportunities in conducting online business, there are many university students out there take the challenges and also opportunities to do online business and become young entrepreneur because they realize the benefit of online business. For research question, what are the challenges are doing online business for students and how far doing business benefits studies? For research objective, to examine the opportunities and challenges in online business among university students, to identify how profit in online business among students during online classes, to investigate how students manage their time with study and online business. So now we go to theory. I choose modern management theory because modern management theory developed as a direct response to classical management theory. Modern day business are faced with navigating rapid change and complexities that seem to grow exponentially overnight. For methodology, the way of collecting the data is by using qualitative method by distribute the student of Islamic University Science Islam Malaysia, and the target of the respondent is between 15 to 17 students. I will use snowball use sampling to get the respondent for this study. And last, we go to conclusion. Online business skills are important in real life to survive in this challenging world. To be more precise, it is a very significant step taken by tertiary level education parties to include entrepreneur subject to be learned by all university students. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing, Nurul Farhana. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, Alia.
Okay. Farhana, I know you as a businesswoman, and so may I know the challenges that faced by you and especially by students among when doing online business? What the challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Alia, for your question. Okay, the challenges might be faced by me is some of the customer do not want to take risk by purchasing online product because customer perceive that risk is associated to trustworthiness and likelihood of system failure. Customer worry that technology-based service delivery system will not work as expected and lack assurance that issue can be settled quickly. Some of the customers are bothered with the possibility of the product are not delivered to them as planned and agree due to unexpected issue or lack of responsibility from the sellers, especially me. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, presenter. So let's move to the next question. Dear participants, if you have question, please feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you, Fariza. Assalamualaikum, Farhana.
Salam, madam.
Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation about doing business online among university students, challenges and opportunity. Okay, so I think that you provide the introduction there. There is a background or some of the background of your research, which is fine. My concern is that about your objective and also research questions. Okay, so question, this is just my feedback before I ask the question. Okay, so if you see the second research question, how far doing business benefit studies, that kind of quantitative study. Are you doing quantitative or qualitative?
Quali. Actually, madam, my research objective have a mistake on my poster.
Okay. Research objective has a mistake.
Yes. The true my research objective is to identify the challenges for students doing online business, and second is to determine how far doing business benefit studies. Okay. That's why my research objective and my research question is not related.
To examine the opportunities in online business among students, to identify how profit in online business among students during to identify how profit in online business among students. Ini pun macam ada missing. to investigate how students manage their time with study and online business, to investigate how students. Okay, so if you go back to research question, what are the challenges or what are the challenges of doing online businesses among students? Itu yang saya boleh betulkan lah. How far doing business benefit student, ini lebih kepada macam to what extent, for example, how far, to what extent tu lebih kepada macam quantitative punya research. So nanti mungkin boleh check balik lah berkenaan dengan ini. I think if I go back to the objective to examine the opportunities and challenges, yang ini mungkin you boleh divide kepada dua lah. Opportunities and also challenges is two different things kan. Jadi mungkin kalau boleh divide kepada dua, sebab yang ini you memang examine challenges and opportunities. So objektif yang pertama ini memang sangat relevan dengan you punya research. To identify how profit in online business among student during online classes. Ya, ini macam tak ada relate juga, online classes tak ada kat dalam title ni pun. To investigate how student manage their time with study and online businesses, mungkin you boleh tanya tapi kena specifickan question tu lah, kena refine balik question tu. It just my research question number 2 ni, you mungkin kena tengok balik how far ni, which is for me is not ni lah, not macam tak suitable sangat. Okay, so okay, so probably if you could enlighten us in regards with management, modern management theory. How is it different from conventional management theory? And that you apply modern management theory in this case, probably if you can enlighten us the benefits or maybe the advantage and also the limitation of this theory.
Okay, why I choose modern management theory? The nature business today and the development in information and communication technologies have required people involved in business to employ emerging technologies in order to remain competitive in the business world. So that the incredible growth of the internet has given opportunities for people to involve in an online global business. And then online business using electronic device and internet has been adopted by many people to extend and improve their business because they realize the beneficial function provided by the internet. So I use modern management theory as my support to my research. Is that clear, madam?
Alright, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the presenter Nurul Farhana. So let me introduce you the next presenter. Let me welcome Muhammad Muizzuddin bin Zul with the topic Multimedia Literacy, a study on the evolution of social innovations and creativity among youth generation. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Muhammad Muizzuddin bin Zul and my metric number is 1182176. I am 4-year student of New Media Communication. So today I would like to present to you my research project. For the title is Multimedia Literacy, a study on the evolution of social innovation and creativity among youth generation. First, research background. So, social media or digital media has become an important component in our daily life. The rapid development of technology, especially in the communication and information sector, exposes the current young generation to continuous social and technological change. These changes are considered as social innovation, which benefit society itself, such as the existence of new industrial sector and new employment opportunity. It has become the source of income, knowledge, and information, as well being able to enhance people inventiveness. So next, for the problem statement, the development of technology now result in the younger generation need to be prepared for those challenges. First, the dumping of information that available contain false information. Second, their privacy can be exposed from the content of their own during the social media use. So the third, illegal, inappropriate, and offensive content has the potential to influence young people's creative and critical thinking. So for the research objective is, the first one is how the multimedia literacy has been used as social innovation. Second, how the multimedia literacy has been used as creative thinking. For the research objective, the research is to explore the multimedia literacy that has been used as social innovation. Next, to explore the creativity that has been turned out by new media. So for the research theory, I take the multimedia learning theory for this research. This theory is frequently applied to multimedia literacy in order to gain a better understanding of literacy. The theory adopts a knowledge construction viewpoint, stating that multimedia learning is a sense-making activity in which the learner seeks to build a coherent mental representation from the presented material. So next, for the research methodology, the research design is qualitative research, which qualitative method produce more descriptive result, but instead inference can be drawn quite easily from the data obtained. So for the evaluation was performed throughout an interview session to produce a greater comprehension of how multimedia literacy has been used as social innovation, as well as how creativity has been obtained by new media. So for the population, this research focused on student in University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, in the specific of student in Faculty of Leadership and Management. So next, for the sampling, snowball technique would be used for this research, which is this snowball sampling is purposive sampling. Okay, so there is a total of 5 students from the Faculty of Leadership and Management represent as informant for the visual interview. And the last one for the conclusion of this research is the use of social media is an important part in human life, as well, which is it contains multimedia literacy that may also contribute in building an evolution of social innovation in human life, as well as individual creativity. So that's, I think that's all for me. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your sharing, Muizzuddin. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Now I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or the participant.
Okay, thank you, Fariza. Assalamualaikum, Muiz.
Waalaikumsalam, madam.
Okay, how are you?
I am fine. Thank you.
Okay, so overall, I think that the design is really pleased to the eyes. It's just a text. The text, for me, it's too small for me to view from here. But if I have the actual one, probably it's going to be better. Okay, so I have a question for you regarding there are a lot of things in the title, for example, about multimedia literacy and then the evolution of social innovation and creativity. So for me, it has 3 important things. So in your point of view, if you could explain to us how can you what is media literacy and also its connection to social innovation and also creativity, what actually you're going to study in this research?
Okay, so for my research, actually I study the evolution of social innovation and creativity among generation, which is this both of 2 components is related to the multimedia literacy, how they use the digital media, how they how they are use the digital media for their purpose. For example, in business, so how they use the multimedia literacy to make their business online on the social media become have the attraction to the audience, and then which is it also include the creativity, how people, how young generation create their content. So relate to the theory, which is I take the multimedia learning theory, which is in this theory there are three assumptions about how people or human process the information. So for clearly for 10 years ago, okay, we can see that people watch TV, people watch YouTube, and Google is the website which is the most visited in many years. But in 2021, TikTok has melepasi Google website, which is TikTok is the most visited website in 2021. So I can assume or I can conclude that which is TikTok. We know that TikTok, in the TikTok, people judge the duration of video just only for 50 seconds, not above or not more than 1 minute. So how people build ataupun how people create their content with the short duration to make with their creativity, and to attract the people to make the content is blow up and reach wider audience. So so if there such as for finding the concept or the way how to attract, define how what content they attract the people using their creativity. So it can be their innovation, which is nowadays there are lots of people or gamers that start streaming, do live streaming, and in streaming sector, which is I also have involved in this industry. The live streaming, video game live streaming, is not about how just you play the game, but how the content, how you make a content from the video game, from the gameplay, from the joking and another thing, the issue, the controversy.
Right, Muiz. Okay, thank you very much for the lengthy explanation. I think that we're going to ask for the second question. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, terlalu panjang. Okay, next.
Okay, thank you, Muizuddin. So let's move to the next question. Is there anyone would like to ask?
I want to ask question. Just now you mentioned that social media or digital media had become one of the social innovations to society. So can you explain or illustrate one example of it?
Okay, just like I mentioned before, that a lot of people or specifically gamers, which is they are start doing the live streaming because they think that play game can gain income, can make the income, and also how social media can be their social innovation, which is there is Insta-famous influencer. They use the social media. They use their popularity to make to do paid review, to do shooting and so on, for marketing, branding themselves. in fact, if we look back for the 10 years ago, people who most popular people is basically generally among the artists, celebrity. But now, all the people can be the popular, such as Abang Viva and so on. Okay. So sorry for the
Presenters.
speaking. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Izzuddin. Okay, I think we can continue with our next sub-theme, which is digital media and online behavior. In this sub-theme, we will be more focusing on how digital media could affect an individual's behavior. So we'll be having 9 presenters for this sub-theme. Without further ado, I would like to invite Nik Muhammad Mukhlis bin Muhammad Nawawi with the topic Cyberbully, Understanding and Awareness Among USIM Students. With all due respect, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nik Muhammad Mukhlis bin Muhammad Nawawi and my metric number is 1182196. And inshallah today I will present about my research and my research title is Cyberbully, Understanding and Awareness Among USIM Students. Okay, the first point is a research background. The widespread use of social media has had a significant impact on communities all over the world. However, there is a negative impact associated with social media use, namely cyberbullying. There is no doubt that cyberbullying also occurs among university students. Therefore, this study was carried out to investigate and identify cyberbullying, understanding and awareness among USIM students. We go to the next point. The number 2 is research problems. The act of cyberbullying occurs frequently in the community, including among USIM students, so much so that it has a negative impact on them. A lack of understanding and tolerance for cyberbullying is one of the issues that lead to this happening. We go to the next point, number 3, research question. My first research question is, what is the level of students' understanding about cyberbullying? And the second research question is, how USIM students tolerate with cyberbullying? And next, number 4, research objectives. Research objectives number 1 is to identify the level of students' understanding about cyberbullying. And research objective number 2 is to investigate how USIM students tolerate with cyberbullying. Next is a research theory. The theory that I use is social psychology theories. Social psychology theories is focused on helping us to understand and explain social behavior. Tokunaga defined the cyberbullying as any behavior performed through electronic or digital media by individuals or groups that repeatedly communicates hostile and aggressive message intended to inflict harm or discomfort on others. Next is methodology. The methodology that I use is quantitative method, and my target population is USIM students. And for the sampling, I use the convenience samplings for my research. And the last one is conclusion. Understanding and recognizing cyberbullying is important among USIM students. USIM students can effectively overcome and deal with cyberbullies if they have a good understanding. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Mukhlis, for an outstanding sharing. Now let's move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Assalamualaikum, Mukhlis.
Waalaikumsalam. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay,
So
welcome.
basically, I think that not a lot of question that I want to ask. If you could elaborate to me regarding your methodology,
about a quantitative method, because you're going to use quantitative method. So I need you to explain what type of quantitative method that you are using. And then target population, how many students, for example, if you niche down, for example, if you are being selective from what faculty, for example, what program. That's the two minor question that I want to ask.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kartini, for the question. First of all, actually, there's a mistake in my method, and I just know just now. Actually, I want to do a qualitative method, not quantitative. So there's a little bit mistake, but it's okay. I will explain. And how I want to do this research is I will try to what we call find or try to interview some of the students from each faculty, and I have a target such as 5 students for each faculty or 3 students, 4 students for each faculty, so we can get the sampling from the USIM student lah. So that's how I want to do the research, one-on-one interview. That's my answer.
Okay, all right. Thank you for being honest. I really appreciate your honesty. But you know, when you construct your poster, it's supposedly not happen this way, because once you construct your poster, you have actually supposedly to have a very concrete details of your methodology and everything, each of the component in the in your project ilmiah work lah. Kalau kita nak buat punya poster, so basically you kena identify lah apakah komponen-komponen yang betul, kena semak dengan supervisor dan sebagainya. Okay, but anyway, thank you very much for the answer for the first question.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Participants, you are free to ask anything regarding to this topic. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum. I have a question for Mukhlis. Okay, so based on your
Excuse
research.
me, I cannot hear clearly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Continue.
Okay, please, based on your research, can you state one negative impact of cyberbullying, especially for university students?
Okay, sure. Thank you, Nur Akila, for the question. Okay, based on my research, there are much negative impact of cyberbullying, especially for university students and for USIM students lah, especially based on my research. And one of the biggest negative impact for the cyberbullying is mental health lah, that it will affect the victim's mental health surely. And one of the example that I will come is such as body shaming, right? So some of the people nowadays, we are always using our social media daily, of course, because of we as a student, and some of the students tend to cyberbullying their friend by body shaming them, and after that it will affect their mental health and feeling insecure about their body or their face or something else, and that will make they feel uncomfortable to continue studying and cannot focus for their studying. So that's one of the negative impact of cyberbullying among university students. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nik Muhammad Mukhlis. I think it's a good explanation. So presenters and participants, the next presenter will highlight about the internet memes that also quite popular in this digital era. Without further ado, let me invite the next presenter, Ahmad Arman bin Muhammad Nur, with his topic, a study on the persuasiveness of internet memes as a medium of online political discourse. With all due respect, please welcome.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Ahmad Arman, and today I will presenting to you about my paper, which titled a study on the persuasiveness of internet meme as a medium which is internet as a means of dissemination of the ideas and contents. Internet memes have two characterizations. Internet memes has two characteristics.
Sorry, memang ada delay ke?
Internet meme is used by internet users for research background. According to a recently published study, the new media has risen with online media as the one with the top information provider regarding political issue in Malaysia. Exposure in political humor, according to many experts, boosts politic attention and aids in learning about political topics, particularly among internet users. A meme is comprised of both humor and satire, resulting for that political campaigners use meme as a medium to communicate with internet users. For the research objective to identify the characteristic of popular political internet memes in Malaysia and to connect the dots between political issues and currently popular internet memes. For the research question, are current political issue can influence the internet memes trend in Malaysia? Can internet meme be a good medium to start political conversation on the internet? And can internet meme be able to persuade people in political discussion on the internet? Moving on to the methodology of this study. For this study, I use qualitative method, specifically the multimodal analysis. In this method, several political memes will be analyzed in terms of its origin and context to gain more insight on the topic and unravel the concept behind the scenes that leads to the creation of the meme. And those memes will be picked up from meme page and personal accounts in Facebook. Okay, that marks the end of my presentation. If you guys have any question, feel free to ask. And thank you for your cooperation and your attention. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmad Arman, for your sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the presenter or from the lecturer.
Sorry, Fariza, can you please ask a student first, because I'm actually reading the methodology part first.
So is there any question from the participants?
Okay. Hello. I'm sorry, I can't open the camera, but I have a question for Arman.
Okay.
Where do meme image come from?
What do you? Yeah. Oh.
Did you get my question?
Excuse me. What is your question again?
Where do meme image come from?
Oh, okay. So your question is, do you want to know where the meme come from, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in this context, internet meme. So the internet meme are usually created by individuals or an organization in order to convey their idea in humorous way. That's in general lah. So we can see internet meme is used in various contexts and used in pop culture as example, and oftenly have inside jokes and require some context to understand the meaning behind those memes. Is that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, now let's move to the next question. So I would like to welcome if there is any question from Dr. Kartini.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Fariza. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Arman.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Okay, Arman, thank you for your presentation regarding internet meme. Okay, so first is my feedback regarding your research objective and also research questions.
Yes.
It's slightly very general and not specific. Sorry, if you can see research objective number 2, to connect the dots. I mean, that's the part that you need to be very specific, to connect the dots between political issues and currently popular internet memes. Yang itu saya nampak dia agak vague lah kat situ. Mungkin you kena specifykan lagi nanti. Mungkin kena paharusi lagi. And then kalau tengok situ research objective ada 2, tapi in terms of research question ada 3. Okay, yang pertama research question tu dia tak tally, macam tak ada pun elemen karakteristik. Sebab yang first you kata to identify the characteristic of popular political internet memes kan. Jadi research question dia mungkin you kena highlight lah something berkenaan dengan what are the characteristic of popular political internet memes in Malaysia. So you boleh identify apabila you melakukan analisis nanti. Soalan yang kedua, research question, can internet memes be a good medium to start political conversation on the internet? Kalau kita tanya soalan berkenaan dengan can, the answer would be only 2, yes or no. But at the end, apa dia punya consequence dia kan? Kalau orang kita tanya soalan macam tu, dia tak ada macam membuka ruang. Dia either yes or no, unless you tanya whether internet memes. Kalau kita tanya whether, dia akan menjadi, kalau orang akan cakap yes, tapi dia akan identify lah why kan, dia akan identify dengan elaboration why, kenapa. Can internet memes be able to pursue, ini pun sama, soalan berkenaan can tak, kita tak apa digalakkan gunalah dalam research question unless if you want to ask specifically in your research interview kan. Kalau kita nak tanya dalam interview mungkin boleh. Can internet memes be able to persuade people in political? Mungkin you boleh tanya berkenaan dengan in what ways, for example, ataupun how the persuasion occur kan dalam internet memes ni. Okay, that's my feedback. And your question specifically is about methodology. I want you to define and also enlighten us about multimodal analysis, because I know there are a lot of elements of multimodal analysis which happen to hampir nak gunalah multimodal analysis masa my PhD study. So I want you to explain about multimodal analysis and how you can specifically conduct this multimodal analysis in your research.
Okay.
Thank you, Arman.
Thank you, madam. Okay. Thank you, madam, for your question. So, for the methodology, I decided to use multimodal analysis because my supervisor, he suggested it to me because I make research about internet memes, and internet memes is in terms of the media, it use the mix of verbal and non-verbal media. As example, memes are in text form or in picture form. So, for in order to extract the information behind those memes, I use multimodal analysis. So I have make some research about multimodal analysis, and I specifically use multimodal analysis in terms of social semiotics, because social semiotics can be used to understand the effect of interpretation in cultural and social settings. So we can see the effect of internet memes in terms of the social standings, especially in Malaysia, in this research. So yes, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Arman. Just thank you for your answer. Mungkin saya boleh bagi sedikit ni lah ruang untuk you fikirkan juga, sebab multimodal analysis includes variety of aspect macam you cakap kan, verbal and also non-verbal. Tapi bila you buat analisis tu berkenaan dengan meme, mungkin you boleh analysis first is about the ideology itself. Mungkin you inilah macam origin dan juga konteks that reflect the ideology. Yang kedua mungkin you boleh analisis berkenaan dengan semiotik, macam tadi sign, apakah gambar yang digunakan sebagai contohnya kan. Yang ketiga ke mungkin boleh examine berkenaan dengan intertextuality lah, berkenaan dengan apakah teks yang digunakan. Okay, so itu 3 komponen utama yang perlu adalah dalam analisis ini pendapat saya. Tapi again, kalau you present you punya research, jangan cakap my supervisor advise me, tak boleh. Dia kena
Okay.
we need to understand and also be confident in our research. Itu kena be careful ayat tu. Supervisor saya cadang, nanti seolah-olah macam you tak tahu pun apa yang you buat. Itu you kena be careful lah. Just itu untuk filter suggestion. Okay, overall thank you very much Arman.
Okay, thank you Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. and Arman. So now, my distinguished participants, done with our second session, and I am apologize for the time delay. And in the next session, we will be having another 12 presenters that will be presented. So we will have about 45 minutes break for lunch and Zuhur prayer. Have a good rest, everyone, and I'll see you back at 2:15 p.m. I repeat, 2:15 p.m. So the presenters are reminded to get ready on time to avoid time from being overrunning. Thank you, and I'll see you back later. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Faiza.
Assalamualaikum and good evening.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back, dear participants. Inshallah, we will be having another 2 sub-themes to be discussed. And another 7 presenters will be presenting one of the best. It might be because the feature of TikTok that allows that users indirectly help in promoting brands or products. The next topic with title.
Assalamualaikum and good evening. My name is Nur Atifa Nabiha binti Syamsu Anwar 1182200. My today's presentation is about the impact of social media marketing on customer buying behavior, focusing on TikTok application. Now I would like to tell you about the social media and marketing. We all know that social media is an ever-changing and ever-evolving web-based platform. According to previous research, social media has penetrated so deeply into millions of people's lives worldwide that it also has attracted marketers' attention. Nowadays, TikTok are commonly used by the people around the world and it has been the one of social media platform that pushing companies toward using social media marketing, and it allow marketers to do the marketing content in terms of short, trendy, and creative that could attract customer and users' attention. Now, let's move on to the research problem. As the number of social media users are increasing rapidly, social media has been used as marketing platform to create and strengthen bond between marketers and customers. It can be beneficial to the marketers to do marketing online, but also a challenge in order to find an effective way to reach out the customer and influence their buying behavior. This is because consumer behavior can vary due to each person's individuality. So from the research question, the objective to be achieved are to identify the importance of social media marketing on TikTok, to study the impact of social media marketing through TikTok, and the last one to determine how social media marketing on TikTok influence customer buying behavior. In this research, I implement the use and gratification theory. This theory further understands customer attitude and intention of using the internet and social media networking site as a shopping channel from a media perspective. Okay, now the method applied in this research is quantitative research method. This method is being chosen in order to produce objective data that can be clearly communicated through statistics and numbers. Thus, the data that has been collected will be analyzed using statistical package for social science SPSS software. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Something not something new. Compared to the other social media platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, TikTok is explosive growth. It is a powerful platform that will present a whole new phase of challenge for marketers to predict their customer buying behavior, whether they're concerned about the recommendation, perception, or just neutral before purchasing any products online. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the impressive sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participants.
Okay, I'll start. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation of Atifa Nabiha. Okay, Atifa, I have a question for you. But before that, let me provide my feedback on your poster. I think that it has an attractive element to it, and you managed to use the visual elements there, which is interesting. And I can see that all the important information are included in the poster, yet I can still see and also read all the important information there. Okay, so my question is regarding your research problem. There are 3 main points that you stated there, but I would like to request for your own opinion. What exactly the problem that you want to address in your research?
Okay, thank you, Madam, for the question. What I would like to address in my studies is the effectiveness of social media marketing itself when the business or company organization use it to implement in the TikTok application. The TikTok application usually use a short video that have solid information that could give customer attention regarding the marketing, regarding the social marketing based on the company or the organization, so that social media marketing is important to attract customer attention on their buying behavior, focusing on buying something or product and from the customer buying itself, it could enhance to become a consumer later.
All right, thank you. So I think that you want to highlight that there is lacking in terms of research that analyze TikTok in terms of, impact on social media marketing, right? Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Atifa.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Participants, feel free to ask if you have any question.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Ashraf. I want to ask, do you think organization or company already implement the TikTok application for their online marketing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashraf, for the question. What can I say is company and organization are slowly getting familiar with the TikTok application and its features to implement as one of their social media marketing. As they know that TikTok is trend where people are using it and love to enjoy short information that I have stated before. People love to enjoy short information with short videos with solid information, and of course to be part of their social media marketing strategies. That's all.
So thank you, Atifah Nabiha. So in a conclusion, social media marketing give a positive impact on customer buying, on the customer buying behavior, and TikTok is one of the social media platform that could lead an organization to success in their marketing strategies. Therefore, presenters and participants, when we talk about obsessed, could you list down at least one, what the thing that you are obsessed for? Then the reason why I highlight about obsession here, because the next topic is also related to the obsession. Obsession of what? So let's just move to the next presenter. Alini Nadira binti Ismail with the topic social media usage and self-esteem among youth. With all due respect, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Ali Nadira binti Ismail, matric number 1182179. And for this presentation, I will discuss about social media usage and self-esteem among young. The influence of social media has affected the self-esteem of young people nowadays. Problematic use of social media can further lower self-esteem as well as increasing the symptoms of anxiety or any mental disorder. According to Journal JAMA Secretary, 9,595 adolescents were asked about their use of social media. They discovered that adolescents who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media are more likely to develop mental health issues, particularly internalizing issues such as suffering on the inside, including symptoms like anxiety, depression, suicidal, low self-esteem, and loneliness. Ladies and gentlemen, for the research question, I will ask the respondent how social media, which is Instagram, would affect self-esteem. And second is, what are the factors that influence self-esteem among young? Next is for the research objective. First is to investigate the effect of social media usage on self-esteem among young. And second is to identify the factors influencing low self-esteem towards social media users among young. Ladies and gentlemen, I will use cognitive behavior theory as a reference for my study. For information, cognitive behavior theory is a structured educational, time-limited treatment for a variety of mental health issues. Next is for methodology. The way of collecting the data is by using qualitative method by distribute the student of Islamic Science University of Malaysia, and the target of the respondent is between 15 to 17 students. And for the study, I will use snowball sampling to get the respondent. In particular, self-esteem in adolescents significantly predicted a linear trend in adolescent reports of low self-esteem problems and a variety of health-affecting behaviors. This study will investigate mechanisms by which social media use is negatively related to young people's self-esteem. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing, Alini. And now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or from the participant.
Right, thank you Fariza. Assalamualaikum Alimi.
Assalamualaikum.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so I know that it has been hectic because you're also in charge of being MC today, but it's fine, inshallah. Okay, so my comment is that probably you can restructure your components in the poster. Probably if you can merge together, for example, research question and also objective, that they can align together, not being separated like one at the top and also one at the center on my left, for example. Yeah, okay. And also I would like to suggest you to proofread your content first, because there are also a lot of grammatical errors. Okay, saya rasa itu banyak jugalah dalam poster lain pun. Okay, so my question is that the first the first question is about your research question. Yeah, so I want to really think about this because your research objective mentioned about to investigate the effect of social media usage on self-esteem among youth, but in your research question you put in a bracket specifically about Instagram. So you want to analyze about how social media, that is Instagram, would affect self-esteem. And you are missing the part of among you. So probably you can enlighten to me and also the students and the participants in this session, whether you specifically focusing on social media or you specifically focusing on Instagram.
Okay. I'm actually focused on Instagram to my study because mostly young people they use Instagram to post their photos, their any video, and I decide because at my surrounding, most my friends and teenagers use Instagram. Yeah, so that's why I choose Instagram for my study. That's all.
Okay, Annie. All right. Okay, thank you. Just to make sure that you need to tally both, ya, objective dan juga question tu. Make sure kalau you cakap Instagram, so the objective also reflect Instagram lah, and also the title lah, okay, alright. So back to MC.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Is there any of the participants would like to ask?
Hi Alini, I have a question. What is typically a person or youth with low self-esteem? Can I know?
Okay, typically a person or young with low self-esteem is they evaluate themselves lower than their peers. They also use negative words to describe themselves, like I'm not beautiful, I'm fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too ugly, and any negative words. This happens because they always see their friends posting on social media that the posting is better than her or him, or they see the beautiful celebrities and that making them feel less inferior to themselves. That's all.
Thank you, Alini.
All right.
So thank you, Ali Nadira. After they presented done with the some researches, after they presented done with the some research, she stated that social media addiction significantly predicts narcissistic behavior and low self-esteem level. So a student who spend more time on social media actually have a lower level of self-esteem, and to compensate for that, perhaps subconsciously, they exhibit more serious narcissistic behavior. Presenters and participants, in this new media era, everything is available in online. And if in the past we need to purchase the book by offline, we need to come to the bookstore and so on. But now the presence of online platform really is people to make online purchases. So this situation is related to the next topic. So without further ado, let me invite you the next presenter, Nur Alia binti Ilyas, with the topic book purchasing intention on online platforms among youth. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name Nur Alia binti Ilyas. Today I will present my research, which is book purchasing intention on online platform among youth. The book purchasing on online platform is the particular of online shopping. The coverages of purchase had been changed to align with the transformation of online platform to fit with more convenient stuff, include sale, force automation, electronic payment, and web advertisement. And this internet-based offer advantage users evaluation that are instantly accessible to consumers. It creates a huge opportunity for more books to be known by sharing on social media platforms. Therefore, the online book purchase relate to their behavior with different intention. The problem found. It appears blurring as there are many reasons and might not be based on passion for reading. Furthermore, it will happen or be influenced among network of people. Then the consumer become increasingly familiar with the internet and they will look forward on the benefit by purchasing online. For this research, I come up with 3 research questions, which are first, what is in perception? Second, what is their intention? Third is how the book purchase behavior through online platform among youth. And I provide 3 research objectives, which are first to explore the perception of book purchase intention among youth on online platform. Second, to identify the intention of book purchase among youth on online platform. Third is to examine books purchase behavior on online platform among youth. The suitable theory is theory of planned behavior, TPB, could portray individuals' decision in online book purchase because it could explain and predicting behaviors. This model proposed 3 indicators of intention for doing a particular behavior, which are first is attitude, referring to the degree to which a person has a favorable or unfavorable evaluation of the behavior of interest. Second, subjective norms, the belief about whether most people approve or disapprove of the behavior. Third is perceived behavioral control, a person's perception of the ease or difficulty of performing the behavior of interest in varies across situation and action. Next, for the methodology, I use qualitative research method that geared toward creating a complete and detailed description, and I use semi-structured interview with 5 participants through online platforms such as Google Meet and Microsoft Teams. The sampling comprised of 5 participants who have experience on online book purchase are approached through social media. The impact of this research is help in enhance knowledge pertaining to consumer behavior in online platform online purchase intention. At the current phase, the research found out information sharing and review on social media are the reason of online book purchase. To conclude, online platform itself is the access for book purchasing along with variety of selection and information availability. The research indicates that there are different in consumer behavior in online platform. Most notably, online consumers take a more focused, swifter approach to online shopping. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing, Alia. So now let's move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there are any question from the lecturer or participant.
Yes, thank you, Fariza. I have a question to Alia. Assalamualaikum, Alia.
Waalaikumsalam, Madam.
Okay, right. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I appreciate all the important information you have included in the poster, which I find it easy for me to follow. Part of that, I think that if you only manage to add, for example, references to specifically highlight, for example, one reference, for example, to specify in background and also problem statement, that would be, brilliant presentation. That's just for my feedback. Okay, so for question, because the important information here that you have provided, I think for me it's clear. I just want to know, your personal drive behind this research. What makes you want to research regarding book purchase intention on online platform among you?
Okay, thank you, Madam Kartini, for the question. This research, I choose this research because my experience. This research come out when I see I see my friends purchase book. Some of them purchase because of the passion to the readings, but some friends purchase the book because I ask them, why you buy books but you don't read, and they answer, oh, saja. So that things make me why logically they could borrow or switch each other. So I think by choosing this title, book purchasing intention on online platform among youth, can answer my curiosity, and I use the qualitative research in concern in gaining a better understanding about the process, experience, and the intention that people place on that stuff like books. So I think the reason I choose this title and the method research I use could answer my curiosity and can get the collective data to fulfill this research.
Right, thank you. Alia, kenapa I can sound nervousness in your voice? Nervous ke?
Yes, I'm nervous.
It's okay, you're doing great. Okay, next question.
Thank you, Madam, for the question.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Is there anyone would like to ask?
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so yes. So I would like to ask to Alia. So just now you relate the research with the theory plan of behavior, isn't it? So I would like to ask, what is the point of knowing the intention of book purchase on online platforms, especially where people can still use their own money to purchase any stuff? So can you explain it?
Okay, thank you, Danish, for the question. So we back to the impact, which is highlighted to enhance knowledge pertaining to consumer behavior in online purchase intention. So for these cases, it involves two party. First, the seller, first is the buyer, and the second one is the seller, who is the book publisher or retailer, the book itself. So beyond this research, analyze the intention of customer relate to their behavior by knowing the actual intention, just like by purchasing book on online platform, that could help the customer or the buyer realize themselves in buying book buying behavior. And now the online shopping is normal thing, but we cannot normalize and skeptical in something that is something that we have the reasons. So the intention could be influenced by the attitude of the person itself. For example, people believe to the rating and also the review on social media, and directly they will influence by that, such as I could give you an example. Temik Abdullah, as the author of Lukis Jalanan, got Reader's Choice Award for the first time book release. Okay, and the author obviously anonymous, But because of the review, because of the sharing on social media about the quotation, the books, it goes viral and people become influenced on influenced to buy that book. So and however, on the other side, this research will help the publisher to grab chance
10 seconds to
market the book after know the people behavior. So what kind of marketing they will do? The advancement of the internet technology was created.
Okay, thank you, Alia. I think
Okay,
let's
thank
stop
you.
this.
Thank you, Alia.
Let's stop this. I think you're killing it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Alia.
Thank
Okay,
you.
back to Fariza. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
So
so sorry.
thank you, Alia. What a great explanation. So here I could conclude that book purchases through online platforms are aligned with the transformation of digital media. So a lot of information give an advantage to the other users to evaluate the books, and it give a big chance for more books to be known and to be shared. And however, in unconsciousness, it appeared blurring the intention of buying books instead of the passion towards the book, and they're just influenced by people on social networking. So dear distinguished participants, we are often featured with ads and digital campaign on social media. Do these efforts really could influence the potential buyer? To know more, let us proceed with our next presenter. With all due respect, please welcome Fatin Nabila binti Mahalil with the topic Effects of Social Media Presence, Digital Advertising and Campaigning on Purchase Decision among USIM students.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fatin Nabila binti Mahalil. Today I'll present about my research project, Effects of Social Media Presence, Digital Advertising and Campaigning on Purchase Decision among USIM students. Advertising refers to a type of communication in the form of a message or information paid for by those who send it and intend to inform or influence the person who receives. Advertising is the effort with process of persuading a target audience or consumers to take certain actions, such as making purchase decision, especially in social media e-commerce. Social media campaigns are rocket fuel to the marketing efforts, a boom of focused energy that produces a huge boost to your brand's reputation, awareness, or sales. For the research problem, considering the arising of technology involvement, social media can be tricky in terms of engagement, type of content, and audience reachable. Some of social media platforms seemingly change its ways as the posting continue to reach less audience indirectly. This could be measure of its effectiveness in the context of digital advertising and campaigning. For the research question, how is the effect of social media presence advertising on purchase decision? And how is the effect of social media presence campaigning on purchase decision? For the research objective is to understand the effects of social media advertising on purchase decision. The second one is to discover the effect of social media campaigning on purchase decision. For the methodology, I'm using qualitative method for this research, and it consists of 5 informants of in-depth interview. The informants are from the students of Faculty of Leadership and Management in this university. So I'm using purposive sampling for my research. For the theory, I'm using use and gratification theory. This theory explains the effect of media on people, argues what people do with media rather than what media does to people. Consumers evaluate an advertising through seeking belief and motive. Social media content will help potential consumers or audience on social media for making the right decision of their potential purchase. Delivery of content in an advertising or the strategies of digital campaigning must be placed into an interesting point of view regarding the product highlight, which it could grab the consumer's attention. Next, I can conclude that advertising plays an important role in developing and maintaining sustainability of a particular company. The effectiveness of social media advertising could rely on a good marketing strategies implementation in terms of providing clear and convincing information, which emphasize the creativity of the advertising itself as it could influence potential consumers to make a purchase decision. Sophistication in this time should be used best by any company to gain an audience through digital campaigning. Same goes to advertising. Digital campaigning also had to be implement with a good online campaigning of marketing strategies for reaching the campaigning objective. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for a great sharing, Fatin. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or presenters, our participants.
Silakan kalau ada soalan dulu. Saya tengah baca dulu ni.
Is there any question from the participants?
Hello. I have a question. So Fatin,
yes.
How consumers gain trust on advertising and campaigning through social media?
Okay, thank you for your question. Can gain or building their trust on a company's advertising is by a company can deliver the value of the product highlight by conveying the valuable and interesting content. For example, companies that do advertising can share valuable that could trigger audience interest. For instance, food and beverage company can advertise their promotional items or food sales or building brand awareness through advertising by using infographic content about the particular product on sales. The infographic content means it contains the interesting design in terms of content arrangement, font that will be used, and also the color of the content, which it could contribute to the consumer's attention and consists of the value information of the product. So for the video content, such as video content on TikTok or Instagram, that those particular company can create a good creative video with the existence of animation or video transition that could grab consumers' attention. The company can also use a good music background and suitable font for the video. So, for example, on TikTok, the company can follow the trend on TikTok, which could lead the video to go on FYP, which is For You page, and it could be like viral mediated content. So, in terms of social media performance, the company can cultivating their trust through consistency on having good engagement with the followers. For example, company can gain trust of the consumers by interact with the trustworthy image on advertising content. In order to cultivate the trust among consumers, company can put trustworthy image on the advertising in the context of reliable content. That's all.
Okay, Fatin, thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, I just continue. Sorry, Fariza, lupa pula. Fariza, are you there? Okay. Sorry, I just continue, okay? Okay, Fatin. Okay, Fatin, I have a question for you. Okay, so overall, I think the poster is really interesting. It just for me, if you can take out some of the visual or the graphic element. You need to provide some of the white space there, okay? But overall, it's really interesting, really attracting. But jangan masukkan semua benda lah. Macam contoh, if I can ask you, contoh macam gambar how consumers find new accounts to like and follow. Ini is it your findings?
No, madam.
No,
because I haven't found the finding yet.
Okay. Okay, understood that. That's why saya cakap kalau nak masukkan visual element ataupun graphic elements, make sure dia yang relate lah. Tidak semestinya kita kena penuhkan kita punya poster kan. Jadi ambil yang memang relate dengan kita punya research. Kalau macam ni mungkin saya expect macam is this your finding or not your finding. Okay, itu saya punya feedback lah. Overall dia memang nampak menarik lah. Cuma saya fikirkan the drawback of it. Okay. Saya lebih suka untuk you, if I can ask you to re-explain to me regarding your research problem, because you want to address about the effect of social media presence, that is including or covering the aspect of digital advertising and campaigning. We know that there are two aspects in there, advertising and also campaigning. So if you could re-explain to me or probably summarize to me what is or are the research problems that you want to address specifically.
Okay, as I stated in the poster, social media can be tricky in this because on these days, there are many online business owners, which is even the small business owner using online platforms such as social media to conveying their product information through advertising and also digital campaigning. So it could be tricky because they have to come up with a good marketing strategy for social media strategy for implementing those in terms to delivering their value of their product itself. So other than that is when the company doesn't come up with a good marketing strategy, so it could affect with the effectiveness of social media presence in terms of advertising. This is because when, for example, when a business, which is a particular company, post their social media posting regularly, which is non-stop in a day, so it could affect on their engagement rate, which is people are getting bored and it could affect their engagement performance on social media. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Fatin.
Okay. Thank you, Madam, for the question.
Thank you to Fatin Nabila. From what has been shared, advertising plays an important role in developing and maintaining sustainability of a particular company, and the effect of social media advertising strategies, so it could influence potential customers to make a purchase decision. Presenters and participants, let me introduce you the next presenter, Nur Shahira binti Mat Yasin, with a topic cyberbullying, a descriptive analysis on online bad behavior. With all the respect, please welcome.
My name is Nur Shahira binti Mat Yasin. My metric number is 1182172. Today I would like to present my seminar poster about my research. Okay, so my research title is Cyberbullying, Descriptive Analysis on Online Bad Behavior. Okay, so this is my seminar poster that contains all of my findings about my research. We go first into introduction. We know that cyberbullying starts with social media. So most of social media come from certain individual or organization full of hate speech or bad comment from social media users. Not just hate speech, trolling, body shaming, harassment, and others included as the behavior of cyberbullying. Okay, so online bad behavior, or we call it as cyberbullying, is a common behavior symptom that keep happening among people in this world. Next is research objective. I have two research objectives, which is first to investigate the factor influence of bad behavior of people during online and social media platforms that create cyberbullying. Second, to observe the elements used by the social media user that invite negative comments that could lead to cyberbullying. So we go to the research question. First, what are the factors that influence the acts of cyberbullying that take place on the social media? Second, how the elements used by the social media users
Sorry, boleh saya check video tengah stop ke?
Sorry, Doctor. There's technical issue.
Okay.
The technical team will play again the clip.
Of cyberbullying. So this is the bad behavior on social media, starting commenting in the comment section with all sort of cursing words. Okay, so theory, cyberbullying on a bad behavior. First, factors influence of cyberbullying. Second, elements used by social media users. We go to the methodology. Use descriptive analysis. There is a study describe the characteristic of a specific subject. So so the descriptive analysis, I use the data from the previous research to collect more accurate data. Okay, so the case studies from the previous research also help other researchers to do more research about cyberbullying with a different methodology. Okay, so we go to the research impact, which is risks of cyberbullying on social media getting worse day by day, and the effect of the cyberbullying behavior could lead the victim to the dangerous thing that is come from the repression that occurs to them. Suicide attempt, mental illness, depression, and other dangerous behavior that happen to the victim would be the thing that need to be concerned by people surrounding. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nur Shahira. Let's move to the Q&A session. So I would like to welcome if there is any question or participant.
Okay, that's me. That's going to be me. Thank you, Fariza. Okay, Nur Shahira binti Mat Yasin.
Yes, madam.
Shahira, you there?
Yes, madam. Can you hear me?
Tak dengar suara Shahira. Hello, Shahira.
Hello, madam.
Okay, okay, Shahira. Video tak ada eh?
Saya kalau buka nanti line slow.
Line slow.
Maaf, madam.
Boleh kita try dulu? Technical team boleh tolong bukakan balik apa tu video tadi? Okay, Shahira, tak apa, kita try eh. Okay, Shahira, thank you very much for the presentation just now. Okay, so I have a question for you. What is the specific theory that you are using, Shahira? Dekatkan sikit you punya tu, mic tu.
My specific theory is the factors of different cyberbullying.
Okay, I think that is not the theory. Kalau kita cakap teori yang dah established lah, because just now I Google jugalah teori cyberbullying ni dia tak ada specific teori lagi. Jadi mungkin dia ada combination of teori. Macam contoh routine activity theory, strain theory dan sebagainya. Tapi yang Shahira highlightkan di sini, saya rasa bukan teori, Shahira kan, bukan teori kan ni, factor. Dia ni kan yang you analyse, factor and also element element use.
Yes.
Okay, so probably I think that you going to look at concept bukan teori lah. Okay. Sorry, sepatutnya saya perlu minta you explain. Okay, try to explain, Shahira, based on the question tadi.
For the theory, on my
Kuat sikit, letakkan tu dekat betul kat mulut tu.
based on my theory.
Okay, good.
Okay, so the factors is basically mentioned about the thing that urge the person to do bad thing online, or call it as cyberbullying. Okay, for example, most of cyberbullies like to make fun of the victim or the other person, and they cannot watch people. Some of them also criticize the victim if there was a mistake in the person of that person. So even though the person that posted the content from the person is very important.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shaira. Okay, next question, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Is there anyone would like to ask?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I want to ask, in your research questions, you mentioned about element used by social media user. So, what do you mean by that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. So the elements here means that the type of content or text used by the social media user. For example, social media users sometimes used to show off their wear or their thing. But sometimes when the other person post a good content here, the cyberbullies always invite that could lead them to do negative comments or do the other bad behavior in cyberbullying.
Okay, thank you, Shaira. So consciously or not that the presence of digital media could lead to cyberbullying. We are in alarming situation because this issue might give a long-term impact on the victim. So dear participants, the next topic is quite different with the other, as this presenter is going to discuss about one of the best subscription-based streaming services, which is Netflix. Without further ado, please welcome Muhammad Danish bin Khairi with a topic Ghazul Fikri, Netflix motivations and the adverse effects of binge watching behavior towards Muslim youth. With all due respect, please welcome.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Ishmi Khairi, metric number 1172297. Will I present to you my academic project research with the topic Ghazul Fikri, Netflix motivation, and the adverse effects of binge watching behavior towards Muslim youth. So, Netflix is the video streaming platform revolution the way television is consumed, encouraging binge-watch tendency through its interface and original programming. So people tend to switch from lifetime watching television to Netflix consume. Also, the emergence of COVID-19, which results in worldwide lockdowns in 2020, where people stayed at home, they don't know what to do, they want to be entertained, led to increasing in Netflix subscription number. So, what are the problems of using Netflix? Netflix consumer can watch episodes or seasons of their favorite programming in just one sitting. So, this is a new practice. It's called binge watching and defined by Netflix as watching 2 to 6 episodes of the same show in just one sitting. So this is worrying when users such as Muslim youth binge watching Netflix movie. They will be accustomed to the culture contained in Netflix, which may lead to the traits of Ghazal faith, such as liberalism, secularism, and many more. Ghazal faith is the latest technique used by the anti-Islamic groups to combat Islam without using weapons or fighting face to face. Ghazal fiqh is from Arabic word where ghazul means war, attack, or invasion, while fikr is thought. As people rarely discuss about this topic, this research is very important because it really binge watching to Muslim youth cognitive impairment. Also essential to instantly cure divine Islam and restore the mesh habits so that the youth can demonstrate practical application of Islam. It is very unclear, however, whether Netflix binge watching has relation to Ghazul fiqh. Thus, the following research questions have been developed. First, what are the factors that drive Muslim youth toward Netflix binge watching? How does Netflix binge watching affect Muslim youth thinking? Third, whether Netflix binge watching among Muslim youth has relation with proxy war. The main objective of this research is I want to define motivation factors that are encouraging Muslim youth toward Netflix binge watching and to understand how Netflix binge watching influence Muslim youth thinking. Also to determine whether Netflix binge watching is significantly associated to Ghazal. The methodology will be used in this research is qualitative approach by conducting semi-structured interview of 6 women and 6 men respondents from the University of Islam Malaysia that have experience in Netflix binge watching. To get informants, I will implement progressive and snowberry sampling technique. Also, to analyze my finding, I will implement thematic data analysis. In a nutshell, Ghazal figure have the potential to harm Muslim youth development. That's all from me. I will open to any questions.
Thank you to Muhammad Danish. Now we will move to the Q&A session. So I would like to ask if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Right, thank you, Fariza. Of course, there's a question from me. Assalamualaikum, Danish.
Waalaikumsalam, madam.
How are you?
Just fine.
Just fine, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah that you are here today and you have presented your poster. Okay, just a minor feedback from me regarding your construction of poster. Macam saya cakap tadi lah, kalau nak present poster, make sure yang atas tu research poster tu tak nampak lah bila kita nak present kan. Okay, and then ada what do you call it, grammatical errors ataupun tulisan implement tu ejaan salah. Nampak? Kan implement. Okay. Nanti kena check balik lah apa spelling semua tu. Okay. Apart of that, I rasa poster ini dia ada orang kata elemen untuk eye catching. Maksudnya bila orang tengok dia macam menarik perhatian. It just if you can organize lebih baik lagi. That's mean kalau macam ni contoh you dah nampak ni research question, research objective, you highlight that kan. Ada point yang you mention untuk bila audience tengok, okay dia tahu this what you are reading is this one is about the question, objective, methodology, conclusion. So probably at the top mungkin you boleh provide apa tu orang kata main point dia lah ataupun tajuk dia, main tajuk dia kan. Contoh dia macam introduction ataupun research background, something like that lah. Okay, itu saya punya feedback regarding you punya construction of poster. Okay, my question for you. Firstly, I want you to explain about the theory that you are using. Okay, and then some minor question is that what motivate you to conduct the research about Ghazul Fikri?
Okay, so can I answer?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Please.
All right, so inshallah, thank you, Mr. for your question. So first thing first, I would like to justify why I don't include my research theory, because I just want to save some time to have what we call that, to manage my time for presentations. But the theory that I will use, inshallah, is social learning theory. So social learning theory is that as individuals, they observe. So individuals, individuals, for example, youth, especially from age around 15 to 25 years old. So they become the models. Okay, so individuals that been observed become a model for me. So in a society, these kinds of person or these kinds of what we call that, my sample type is gonna be what we call that. Okay, so this kinds of person or this kinds of what we call that sample will be the what calls persons yang we want to include, or by using the social learning theory, we want to identify that how the persons or how the sample types can be influenced their behavior itself. So we can surround them, they're surrounded by many influence factors, for example, their parents, or any peer groups or teachers at school. But these kinds of research, we're focusing on the influence come from the Netflix. So my theory gonna use is social learning theory. And the next question is regarding my motivation factors, why I want to conduct this research. Okay, so first thing first, we need to understand the rules of the compulsory of a Muslim youth. Okay, So Muslim youth is very, very important because they're gonna lead the country or they're gonna become the legacy of another Muslim religions. Okay, so if right now the Muslim youth doesn't implement or doesn't what we call that practice the original or the Islamic principles itself, it may impact for the next generations. For example, okay, so for example, I'm a Muslim youth, but I don't implement the good Muslim practical. For example, I am liberal, I become a Muslim, but I'm also a gay. Nauzubillah lah. Okay, so for example, risau kita. So for example, so it will impact for the next generation. They will say, oh, this is abang dia Islam, but he also apply gay or liberalism activities. So I can be also a gay or I can be also lesbian. So this research is very, very important so that other legacy, for example, other generations of Muslim can apply a true applications of Islam, inshallah. Is it answering your question?
Thank you very much, Danish.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move to the next question. Participant, you are free to ask any question regarding to this topic. Please welcome.
Okay, hi Danish. Assalamualaikum. I have a
Salam.
question for you. So as you said that just now, Netflix can become one of a threat of a Ghazul threat. In your point of view, how does Netflix become a threat?
Okay. So thank you, for asking the question. So the question is about how Netflix become a threat to the Ghazul faith. So you need to understand the fundamental of the Ghazul faith itself, the Ghazul Fikri itself. Ghazul Fikri is a movement that promotes several ideologies become threats for the Muslim youth, especially. So one of it is liberalism, secularism, positivism, utilitarianism, and then we have pluralism religion. So these kinds of ideology can be implemented when people or youth itself are too been watching. So means that they constantly view or constantly watch the movies itself. So they will get to used to the culture and get to used to the ideology brought by the film. For example, liberalism itself. So we can see in the film Elite, for example, you can search itself. So Elite is movies that brought original series from the Netflix. So he brought what we call an LGBT culture where they have bisexual, gay, and lesbian culture. So in this film also, surprisingly being screened in Malaysia. So this kinds of content, when people watch it or when people, Muslim youth nowadays watch it, so they
Sorry
can.
for interrupt presenter. Another 10 seconds, please.
Okay, so they can, what we call that, they can adapt the culture itself. So that's how Netflix become traits of Ghazul faith. Hopefully answer your question.
Thank you, Danish, for a great explanation. I can sum up that Muslim youths nowadays confront a variety of threats and difficulties from both within and beyond the Muslim community. Ghazul Fikri, war of thought, is the most significant threat, a new tactic to destroy Islam using multiple models such as Netflix video streaming. And this research is essential to instantly cure deviant Islam and restore damaged habits so that the youth can demonstrate practical application of Islam. So presenters and participants, we only have a few participants left. So I hope everyone is still here and continue give your support to our presenters. Without further ado, let's proceed with the last presenter for this sub-team. Let's welcome Muhammad Amiruddin bin Chemut with his topic, the factors of product buying on Instagram among USIM students.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Amiruddin bin Chemut, metric number 11821887. Today I would like to present about my research. The title that I choose, the factors of product buying on Instagram among USIM students. Okay, for the first point is introduction. As we know, the development of the internet many new things that arise from the development of the internet. One of them is the purchase or shopping online. Social media also is a platform that connect people, especially between the business organization and customer. Instagram also has transformed into a platform where the business organization use as a place to promote and market their products. Okay, next for the problem statement. Online shopping has become one of the alternatives that is gaining a place in the heart of society nowadays. However, the problem is there are many scam cases that happen among students while buying products on social media. Okay, let's move to the method of this research. The design, I choose quantitative method that generally use static analysis and more objective and result oriented. Okay, for the population, the focus has been selected student at University Science Islam Malaysia USIM to be used as a study sample. Okay, next for the sampling, the respondent has selected consists of user students. The sample use 100 sample. For the instrument, survey technique are used as an questionnaire to collect data for this research. Okay, for the research question, there are two here. First, what is the type of product buying on Instagram among students? Second, what are the factors of product buying on Instagram among students? Okay, for the research objective, also to determine the type of product buying among students. Next, to identify the factors of product buying on Instagram among students. Okay, for the last point is conclusion. For this study, can understand online shopping and the amount of time people spend on social media such as Instagram and can be a factor for consumer buying decision. And then Instagram has made product research more accessible to user. For example, can immediately search the hashtag to look up other review and decide whether they should buy it or not. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Amiruddin. Now it's time for the Q&A session. I think I would like to ask if there is any question from the lecturer or from the participant.
Okay, thank you Fariza. Assalamualaikum Amiruddin.
Waalaikumsalam, Madam.
Ni presentation ni baru buat tadi ke? Sama pula.
Tak, dah lama.
Just kidding, yeah. Okay, Amiruddin, thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to ask you, to seek for your clarification because your title is about the factors of product buying on Instagram among USIM students. So I want to know probably the differences between product buying and also online shopping as your problem statement, as you indicate in the problem statement. So what is the actual problem that you want to address in your research?
Okay, thank you for the question. For my personal opinion, the difference between online buying and product buying, right, Madam?
Yes, continue.
The difference between two things of that. Online buying is about the society have buy the item on online platform such as Instagram and other online platform. And the product buying is more about the people buying any products at many platforms such as buying product at the store buying product at the mall, and that's all.
Okay, just a bit of summarization. Apa yang nak disampaikan sebenarnya dalam problem statement itu?
Okay, for the problem statement, actually, as we know, that familiar online shopping among the society, especially students, that happen, scam of product purchase in this activity. So I want to know about the factor of the society or the student, why they can buy the product, what the factors.
You nak cakap macam ni ke, kenapa mereka masih beli produk even though they are scamming punya isu ke, macam tu ke?
Lebih kurang macam tu.
Lebih kurang gitu. Okay, baik. Alright, thank you very much Amiruddin. Next question.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. I would like to ask, is there anyone that from the participant would like to ask question?
I have a question. What kind of the main factor causes scam in product buying?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Okay, for my opinion, the user or customer commonly do a mistake things such as making quick purchase while scrolling through social media without do research about product, such as including they not research about the website product or contact information or more about product before buying the items. Is that clear? That's all from me.
Thank you, Muhammad Amiruddin. I could say that Instagram is one of the best marketing platforms, as the features that have been provided on the Instagram, such as Reels and Stories, are really helpful in promoting online business. So dear participants, now we will be in our last sub-theme, which is online media and religion. So we will discuss about how the power of online media could be utilized toward religion. In this sub-theme, we'll be having 5 presenters. Without further ado, let us proceed with the next presenter. With all due respect, please welcome Abdul Mu'min bin Muhammad Sulaima with the topic, the roles of social media towards religious understanding, a study among Muslim students.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Today I would like to representing about my research, the role of social media towards religious understanding, a study among Muslim students. Before that, my name is Abdul Mu'min bin Muhammad Sulaima, matric number 1182184. For the introduction about my study, usage of social media can enhance one's understanding of Islamic religion. Islam is a religion play as a central role in life of people. It has been said that Islam is more than a religion. It is a way of life. Therefore, reading and also learning about religious information is a habit that adherents practice to increase their understanding of Islamic rules. For the problem statement, people nowadays, especially religion seekers, use the social media importantly to increase their religious understanding. Based on the facts we get, then discuss on this scholarly writing as a bright spot to the focus on the discuss related to my research. Next, for the research objective, I have to identify types of platform social media for Muslim students most utilized for increased religious understanding. Next, to examine the roles of social media towards religious understanding. Next, for the research question, I have less 10 questions to make my research have been done. Then this I can say that the most popular or most important question to ask for the respondent is, what is the purpose you using social media, and do you think that platform on social media perceive increasing religious understanding? Next, for the methodology, I have used the qualitative research method. For the sampling, I use 10 using student randomly average 21 to 25 years old, and of course we know that, and we know today we are in a pandemic, so I have to use a online interview session only, not to face. Then for conclusion, today people learn a lot of religious understanding from the religion messages they receive through media social platform. With the image of the social media itself, religious messages are now more massively transmitted. So that's all for me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdul Mu'min. Thank you, Abdul Mu'min.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
I would like to ask if there is any question from the
Hello,
sorry.
yes, Ariza.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so can I ask question?
Okay, yes.
Okay, alright. Thank you, Mukmin. Thank you
Yes,
very
madam.
much. Saya nampak Mukmin senyum tadi melihat pembentangan Mukmin sendiri.
Betul.
Seronok dia melihat pembentangan sendiri. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Kalau tengok, mesti saya akan tengok muka seorang-seorang macam mana dia react dekat dia punya pembentangan tu. Alhamdulillah. So you dah buat you punya pembentangan. Alhamdulillah selesai satu. Okay, now here come to my feedback and also question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so secara overall saya rasa poster ini boleh ditambah baik Mukmin, mungkin boleh letakkan visual element kan untuk bagi menarik, dan susunan tu mungkin boleh standardkan lah ikut dia punya tepi-tepi tu. Saya ni kalau bab macam kotak ataupun alignment saya yang particular sikit, jadi mungkin Mukmin boleh perbaiki lagi lah. Mana tahu di masa akan datang nanti you akan kena buat poster ke kan. Jadi kalau Mukmin kena perbaiki lagi lah. Okay. So I think that you provide apa tu orang kata interesting introduction and also problem statement. Walau bagaimanapun, I was hoping that kalau you boleh letak satu ataupun dua references lah, macam contohnya dalam indicate dalam problem statement, because nowadays especially religious seeker lah, you use the social media importantly to increase their religious understanding. We know that is happening, maksudnya dia memang semua orang akan guna lah, tapi di sekarang itu mungkin you kena highlight lah berkenaan dengan ini, tapi sedikit kajian sebagai contoh, there is lacking in term of research conducting in the area of study. So kita daripada situ kita boleh nampak apakah problem dia sebenarnya. Mukmin nampak tak?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Okay, so my question is regarding you punya teori, sebab tak ada indication of teori dalam ini, ataupun mungkin sama ada teori ataupun konsep yang you gunakan. So probably Mukmin boleh try to explain what theory or maybe concept that you are using in your research.
Okay, thank you, madam, for the question. Actually, I use theory, the technology acceptance model, which is TAM model theory.
Okay, Mukmin kena elaborate sikit.
So
Apa yang ada dalam teori tu?
from this theory, we can see that cabang this theory which is external variable goes to perceive successfulness, and perceive is easy to use, which is these two go, the result will be to attitude toward using and behavior intention to use, which is which means that's my religious understanding will be out the result, which is for the using student to about them, which is what kind of social media they use to make their religious understanding, which is to make to the result outing about behavior intention to use. So that's theory I use, madam.
Okay, alright. Thank you very much, Mukmin. Saya nampak Danish tengah seronok main emoticon tu. Nanti kejap lagi last kita mungkin boleh ambil gambar macam tu ya. Okay, silakan question number 2.
Thank you, madam, for question.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. So participants, if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me, Mukmin?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Who's that? Usama? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Go on,
Okay,
Usama.
so I have a question for you. Okay,
Yes.
so you study talks about social media platform.
Yes.
Religious, about religion.
Yes.
Aku lag ke?
Hello. I can see.
Okay. So my question is, can you give some example on the social media platform? Which one is the most used social media to enhance religious understanding? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Usama, for the question. It is interesting question. So, one example of media social platform nowadays that's used to exchange religious understanding is for me Facebook platform. Why I choose Facebook platform? Because I'm also as a user of this platform, which is Facebook. I'm also see that this platform, which is Facebook, is become the choice of many people nowadays. I can say that this platform, as my example, is which is to increase religious understanding is example of to increase their religious understanding is because for example, we can see many of us, same as me, join as a participant in religious program, or we can call kuliah agama in life in Facebook. For example, I can give it. We know that Ustaz Ahmad Dusuki.
You have another 10 seconds to conclude the answer.
So, Ustaz Ahmad Dusuki, which is who impart religious knowledge. Not only that, he also open question and answer session. The last work for me, I also interest in the future feature available on Facebook, which is Facebook Gaming Live, which is we can see that like influencer or streamer like Jasuzuran, yes, Jasuzuran, which is a streamer and also influencer. So I'm also joined their live. He necessarily brought from this content playing game, but what I interesting about he, which is Jasuzuran, is he also involved in their life, which is program religion understanding, which is program agama, including learning tajweed, and also he sharing religious knowledge with a invited ustad or ustazah. So that's all for me for the question. Thank you
Okay,
so
thank you
much.
so much. Thank you so much, Abdul
Yes,
Mukmin.
thank you.
Okay, as we are in the pandemic, social media will play as a huge role to be as a platform to deliver the message of Islam. And it's helped people to increase their knowledge regarding Islam. And before this, we might need to refer to the expert through offline, but now it's all about online. And the presence of social media is really, really convenient. So now presenters and participants, we'll continue with the next presenter with a topic, digital media in Islam. How Facebook and Twitter can be utilized to change the Western views about Muslims. Please welcome Muhammad Saifullah bin Muhammad Rizal with his sharing.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Saifullah bin Muhammad Rizal, fourth-year student of New Media Communication. Today, I would like to present to you a little bit about my research project. The title that I have decided to do is Digital Media in Islam, How Facebook and Twitter Can Be Utilized to Change the Western Views About Muslims. Basically, the aim of the study is to examine if digital media such as Facebook and Twitter can be used to change the Western perspective towards Islam. Users can also use digital media such as social media to communicate with other users around the world. The use of handheld device capable of accessing and electrically data from virtually anywhere. For the research objective, the first one is to examine the use of digital media in Islamic perspective. The second one, to identify the way of Facebook and Twitter can be used to change the Western views about Muslims. There are a few research questions that I can give. The first one is how digital media can be used according to Islamic perspective. Second one, what are the factors that make Facebook and Twitter can be used to change the Western perspective towards Islam? For the statement of the problem for this research, Islamophobia are being spread using the online digital media platform such as social media and the other electronic sources. Muslim is not only seen as a threat from outside, but also an increasing threat to the world. The use of digital media can have both positive and negative sides. This research uses qualitative descriptive analysis methods to collect data on digital media such as Facebook and Twitter to examine if the platform can be used to change the Western perspective towards Islam. The researcher will be analyzing the selected content on Facebook and Twitter accounts to collect data on how they can be used to encounter the misinterpretation of Islam. There are a few examples that I can give for this research. The first one I take from Twitter account, which is Smile to Jannah, and the second one is from a Facebook account, Re-elect Iqra Khalid. From this study, people can acknowledge that social media platforms can be used to change the view of Western people about Muslims, and they can utilize it. As for conclusion, based on the study, we can infer that online media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter may be used both positively and negatively. According to this research, Islamophobia appears to be spreading rapidly on the internet, digital platform, but we may also utilize it to improve the Western perspective of Muslims. For example,
Thank you, Saifullah. We will move to the Q&A session. Now I would like to invite if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Okay, you also smiling, Saifullah. Alhamdulillah. That I think that you enjoyed watching your video. Okay, so I have a question for you. I think that's overall nampak poster ini nampak clean. Tapi ada some missing lah that I want to ask you question ya, Saifullah. Okay, first I want to know the theory that you are using. Teori apa yang you guna? And then number 2, how can you differentiate digital media and also Facebook and Twitter? Because Facebook and Twitter, as for me, it is considered as social media. Macam mana you nak differentiate kan tu? Digital media, ada soalan dalam soalan pertama kan, objektif dan juga question yang pertama. Yang kedua berkenaan dengan Facebook dan juga Twitter. Okay, teori dan juga berkenaan dengan digital media versus Facebook and also Twitter.
Okay, thank you, madam, for the question. Can you hear me?
Yes, kena pegang kot sebab kalau jauh dia tak dengar semua.
Okay, the first question is about theoretical framework. So the theory that I use is, the first one is social presence theory. It is about the concept of communication, which is how to measure of communication. And the second one is the concept of immediacy, which is how the real-time communication happen. And the second theory that I compare is digital and social media theory. So for the second question is how to differentiate between digital media and social media. I think Twitter and Facebook can be say as one of platform for digital media. So that's why I analyzing these two platforms to know, is it true that we can use both of them to change the Western view about Muslim? I hope that will answer your question, madam.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's move to the next question. Is there anyone who would like to ask?
Assalamualaikum. I have a question for Saifullah. Okay, as you're analyzing Twitter and Facebook right now, why do you think that these two platforms could be a way to change the Western views about Muslims?
Okay, thank you, my friend, for the question. So as you know, right now, Twitter are really a famous platform among teenagers because they might be more interested on reading instead of reading a long text such as blog. So, and also Facebook can be seen as one of formal platform to have discussion. As for example, whenever there is a post about Islam, there will be many person that involved by leaving comment or their thought about the issue. It is because the users are really responsive to an issue, especially about Islam. Also in Twitter, we can get instant feedback from other users. For example, by using the hashtag function, it can make the tweet reach many people to have discussion. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Saifullah. In my opinion, as a Muslim, we must use this opportunity to prove that Islam is not as the Western thinking and use the presence of social media that could and use the presence of social media so that we can show how beautiful Islam it is. Okay, dear participants, we are in the second last presenter. Sorry, we are in the second last presenter. We are always bombarded with the news about Palestine, and many campaigns were organized in order to help the Palestinians. And this is related with the next topic. Without further ado, let me introduce our next presenter, Muhammad Shah Afif bin Adnan, with his topic, participation in Palestine campaign on Instagram, a study among USIM students. With all due respect, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
My name is Muhammad Shahafif bin Adnan. Today I will present my seminar poster, which is Participation in Palestine Campaign on Instagram, a study among USIM students. We go to the first section, which is research background. The Palestinian-Israeli issues goes beyond religious content because it is a universal humanitarian issue that questions human rights. In the month of Ramadan 2014, Muslims, especially in Sheikh al-Jarrah, Gaza, were tested for the second time with a severe test in which they were evicted from their home. Next, research problems. The lack of awareness to support Palestinians, such as through boycott, take Israel products, divestments, and sanctions will affect the effectiveness of the Palestine campaign. Thus, it will make the momentum of the Palestine campaign on Instagram become ineffective. Next, we go to the research question. They contain three main points, which is what is the role of USIM students in the Palestine campaign? Second, how do USIM students use Instagram to participate in the Palestine campaign? Third, what is the purpose of USIM students participating in the Palestine campaign on Instagrams? So next we go to the research objectives, which is contain three main points, which is to explore the role of USIM students in the Palestine campaign on Instagram. Second, to identify how USIM students use Instagram to participate in the Palestine campaign on Instagrams. Third, to examine the purpose of USIM students participating in the Palestine campaign on Instagram. Next, we go to the theory. I applicate social activism theory for this research, which is the aspect of social activism by referring to which indicates that social activism is the policy or activity of utilizing activity advocacy to affect political or social change, which is increasing activism on the abortion question. The author also refers to them which state that a deliberate activity to affect social, political, economic, and environmental change. Next, we go to the methodology, which is I use theory of social activism design, then qualitative methodology, semi-structured interviews, and purposive sampling. For the lastly, conclusion. Holistically, the participation in Palestine campaign on Instagram has proved that plays an important among USIM students. Moreover, joining this Palestine campaign on Instagram will give much positive effects and impacts on the USIM students, such as motivation, current issue knowledge, and the positive effects of freedom awareness. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the eye-opening sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Can I welcome participant first? I would like to view the slide again.
Okay. So I would like to welcome if there is any question from the participant.
Okay, boleh. Okay.
Can we have participant to ask the question first?
Okay. And do you hear me?
Yes, Ina, I'm here.
Okay. According to your research theory, you have mentioned that the author also referred to them. But may I know who's the author and how the theory relates to your topic?
Okay, thank you for the question. Generally, the sentence that mentions the author also refers to my research academic reference, which is Veronica Dimitrisu, PhD researcher, Institute of Sociology, by 2021. The theory discusses the social activism element by referring aspect which indicates that social activism is the policy or activity of utilizing active advocacy to affect political or social environment change that increases activism on the abortion question. Overall, I'm using social activism theory to identify and observe the research gap about participation in Palestine campaigns on Instagram among USIM students.
Thank you for the question and thank you for the answer, Shafiq. Can we continue with the next question, Doctor?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Fariza. I was about to ask the same question as Najiha just now about the social activism theory. So I think that has been answered. Okay, so I have a question for you, Afif. Okay, so I want to know, because you're going to conduct your research using semi-structured interviews. So in your opinion, in your own perspective, what is or are the advantage or limitations in order to conduct this research using semi-structured interviews?
Thank you, Madam, for the question. For me, in my opinion, the advantage is from the semi-instructed interviews. I can doing some collection data from the question interviews by platform that through WhatsApp call, video call, and Zoom meeting. So the sampling of data collection will be in one information, but it's not numerical. So it will make easy for the process research method theory and methodology from my research academy.
How about the limitation?
The interview session include include 5 questions that involve 5 to 7 USIM students from the all faculty in USIM, such as Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Economics and Amalah, Faculty of Medics, and Faculty of Quran and Sunnah.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Afif, for the response.
Thank you so much, Madam, for the question.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Muhammad Shafiq. Presenters and participants, we already used to see the news regarding Palestine, and one of the way for us as a Muslim to help them is through participating in the online campaign. And at the same time, we could enhance the other people to also join and to show their support regarding to this issue. So now, presenter and participant, we already sorry, Shah Afif is not the second last presenter. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Okay, now we will having another 2 presenter. Okay, I hope you're still here, supporting me also, supporting the other presenters also. Okay, and as we are in the pandemic, we might constraints to conduct the dakwah through offline. But however, some initiatives have been implemented. So we could see many of us have used the digital platform to conduct a virtual da'wah. And our next presenter will discuss more regarding to this issue with the topic, the usefulness of virtual da'wah in the pandemic era among university students. Please welcome Nur Najah binti Zailan for her sharing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good evening to my lovely panel, lecturers and my fellow friends. So today I would like to presenting my research project. My research title is the usefulness of virtual da'wah in the pandemic era among university students. So let's proceed to my introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed everyday activities. Humans are expected to create more activities at home or work from home. Da'wah preaching was commonly carried out in the virtual world and others form of media. In this context, having a virtual world accessible when humans are at home is important. Da'wah activity were conducted more realistically through physical interaction, like face-to-face meeting, but this changed dramatically in 2020 when all pandemic-related activity were conducted on virtual platform. I have examined 3 of objective. in this research. Number one is to examine on the acceptance of visual dakwah as their Muslim humanity. Second is to investigate the factor of visual dakwah as motivation. And the last one is to evaluate the comparison whether visual dakwah and the direct dakwah enhance the effectiveness of communication. So next we will proceed to my problem statement. Number one is the issue I want to draw attention to is Muslim humanity. The concept of humanity is defined as all that has to do with human being. Human right has inherent right because a human being has been described as the primary needs of human life. And the second one is the pandemic effect on people mental health. Some mental health professionals believe it could be causing a new health crisis under the pandemic surface. So we can see that today's students require more dakwah for self-motivation and to relieve stress to visual dakwah. The next one, in my methodology, this study used the qualitative method, which is the data collecting technique that I use is one-on-one interview, which is I have interview from FKP student, and the second one is case study, which is I have extract feedback from social media, and I have also follow up or find and select 2 visual dakwah account. So with this technique, I can evaluate the possible function of social media as ways to dakwah communication, to spread dakwah and represent Islamic value to Muslim humanity. So next we can proceed to research methodology, which is I use technology acceptance model, or we call it TAM. TAM is a paradigm for analyzing how people are technology. This theory is relevant to this study looking at the effect of social media on learning about Islam. So this theory established from Fred David and Richard Bagozzi in 1989 to investigate how people utilize computers. Terms are used to figure out why individuals choose specific technology. This is because technology like the telephone, computer, and other may assist people obtain access to information by allowing them to download document or participate in Islamic conversation. So next is the impact of the thesis research is number one is internet is important for spreading Islamic message in pandemic era, and also social media I can also use to spread dakwah, and it can turn anyone into a mass communicator. Last but not least, in my research reference is I use from Rizky Briandana in 2020. The title of the article is Dakwah Communication and Social Media, and the last one is MT Tarikul Islam in 2019. The title is The Impact of Social Media on Muslim Society. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to Nur Najiha. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to ask if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Okay, so thank you Najiha Zailan.
Yeah, madam. Welcome.
Okay.
So is the impact of social media on Muslim society.
Okay, so I have a question for you. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation, and also I can, although it is not really clear, I think because of the internet connection, when you record your session, probably because of the internet connection, so I don't see clearly the poster. Nampak macam ada blur sikit. I don't know if it only me ataupun yang lain pun nampak macam tak clear sangat. Can someone respond?
Yes, it's quite blurry.
Yes.
Nampak macam ada blur sikit kan. Probably masa you record the sesi tu, this session, mungkin time tu internet connection tidak berapa bagus, but it's okay lah. Dah berlaku pun. But I just want to really apa orang kata showing you some appreciation lah, macam mana you construct you punya poster, nampak ada creativity di situ lah, in terms of that nampak clean, all the important information memang dalam confine dalam dia punya component dia. Okay, so itu saya punya feedback. Saya ada question, if you could clarify, saya rasa question ni reflect balik pada apa yang you cakap tadi, macam you contoh you mention about you follow some of the virtual dakwah account. So I want to know, because you mention about the case study, because kalau macam saya punya research sebelum ni, memang ada case tu memang betul-betul kena wujud that particular case. So I want to know from your explanation what exactly case study that you want to highlight here.
Okay, actually I have follow up 2 account social media from Piu Azman actually. For example, for Ustaz Piu Azman has used virtual dakwah technology to communicate with Muslim on social media platform such as Instagram, and it has been that Muslim respond well to this strategy, so that I take from the feedback from the audience to make this research. Another one account which is I'm also looking for preachers that share information on morally preaching on social media platform like Facebook. Secretariat Pendakwah Muda Malaysia USIM, which is USIM also create some secretariat. Is it SPMM? And SPMM is focused to spreading Islam in a systematic and modern manner by offering certificate preachers who are ready to preach. As a result, investigator might be able to extract feedback from the social media.
Okay, alright. Thank you Najiha. Saya rasa itu adalah poin yang penting sepatutnya Najiha masukkan dekat dalam bahagian case study tu, because case study dia represent a detailed study of a particular apa, macam contoh dia peristiwa, fenomena, individu ataupun organisasi. So kalau you mention tu memang nampak lebih jelas lah case study of apa. You kena mention tadi nama-nama account tadi tu, itu lebih jelas lah. Overall, okay. Thank you very much Najiha. Maybe ada second question, I guess.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So we'll continue with the next question. Is there anyone who would like to ask?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I want to ask Najiha. The question is, what is the most effective dakwah strategy within virtual dakwah or direct dakwah during the pandemic eras?
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay.
Which is in this pandemic COVID-19 era has a consequence for extreme life change through work from home and social physical distancing. So in this situation affect the change in interaction model from direct face-to-face to indirect face-to-face during virtual media. In the aspect of the dakwah, almost the same as communication in general. It also take place indirectly by virtual online. In fact, this type of dakwah communication is much richer and more varied due to the type of the media or platform is used. So to me, dakwah via internet is considered effective than face-to-face dakwah because of the nature of the internet that is unbounded by time and space. Material regarding Islamic teaching can be shared in no time through internet at essentially no cost. This type of dakwah could reach everyone everywhere as long as the target audience has internet connection to access the virtual world. So I think the virtual dakwah give a good benefit to Islamic dakwah, especially in pandemic era. So social media are very useful for Islamic medium dakwah, such as it can help people gather the information for the dakwah material. So people should not resist to use social media in their daily life, whether to deliver dakwah or to get any important information about religion or other things. So I hope it will answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nur Najiha. From what has been highlighted, I could say that social media is currently being used to disseminate da'wah. And as a Muslim, we must use this opportunity to implement this method. So it will be as a reference for the audience to about Islam. Convenience, people can learn about Islam. This method is the most used one. So dear participants, let me invite our last presenter for today. With all due respect, please welcome Nur Akmaliatul Huda binti Muhammad Yusuf with the topic Social Media and Dakwah in TikTok among university students. With all due respect, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all lecturers and everyone. I'm Nur Akmaliatul Huda binti Muhammad Yusuf 1182874, final year student of Bachelor in New Media Communications. Alhamdulillah, the most merciful for His blessing that allowed me to present my research paper today at this seminar on New Media Islam 2021 in University Science Islam Malaysia. My research is about social media and dakwah in TikTok among university students. Okay. Let me explain the background. Based on this previous studies, Nadkarni and Hoffman in year 2012, using, as everyone knows, social media pervasiveness such as TikTok, Instagram and Twitter is continued to increase, giving people incredible opportunities to communicate through social networks. It also can be beneficial for our purpose. Many Muslim individuals have been among the major players in Islamic activism in Malaysia's environment. Serving the task of dakwah is not only the responsibility of selected Muslim preachers or da'i, but it is also the responsibility of every Muslim. Allah says in Surah Al-Imran 104 that they and it is they who in mosque or particular location such as Islamic center. Unfortunately, the problem is the media mentioned are unable to reach larger audience and attract young people who like entertainment and cool activities. And also, not everyone are good at preaching. Some of them are too shy to talk in front of audience. Fortunately, the modern one way that can be used to deliver the da'wah such as social media. This situation has had an impact on how dakwah is promoted. In this study, TikTok is the main topic of discussion. TikTok is a Chinese social network and allows users to create short video. This research question is aimed to investigate how does TikTok bring drawback in spreading the dakwah, how does TikTok perceive ease of use in spreading dakwah, and the objective are to explore the drawback of TikTok platform in spreading dakwah, to examine the perceived use of TikTok platform in delivering dakwah. The method of this study is the adopt non-probability sampling, online semi-structured interviews. Qualitative method is chosen for this research. The impact the dakwah can be disseminated to larger group of audience because of the larger scope of audience. Second, it can expand the creativity of da'i in delivering the beautiful message of Islam. Third, many people will be attracted in knowing about Islam by the creativity of the content creator. To conclude, my research examines this version of dakwah content by using TikTok as a platform and how it can reach this larger audience than the traditional dakwah. The study will show us how TikTok as a platform can be beneficial for dakwah purpose. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful sharing. Now we will move to the Q&A session. I would like to welcome if there is any question from the lecturer or participant.
Can we have participant first because I'm doing I'm doing something right now.
Okay. Of course, madam. Is there any question from the participant?
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Okay, can I ask some questions regarding your research? So, as you can see, you use social media, right, for this study. So, I would like to ask, there is lots of social media that can be used for dakwah. From my POV, Instagram is the most suitable platforms lah. Also, we have YouTube. But why do you choose TikTok platform for the studies?
Okay, thank you for the question. I choose this platform as my studies because according to John Herman on 2009, this app making and sharing short videos. So these medium are able to reach larger audience than conventional medium, and also can attract young people who look short video. Moreover, TikTok apps is most worldwide used by young nowadays, with over 100 million users. I answer your question.
Oh, okay. I just understand it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So can we continue with the next question, Doctor?
Okay, yes. All right. So thank you very much, Akma, for your presentation. Just now, I jot down everything that I remember during your presentation. Okay, so I think that you provide a very thorough information about your background of study. That's clear. Okay, you also managed to add some elements of Islamic element there. In terms of objective, I think that you need to have two separate sections or separate blocks. For example, you need to have research objectives and also research questions. Because just now I thought that you don't have your research question. I realized that you combine all together. So you state that there are 6 research objective. Kalau tengok sebenarnya ada 3 lah, 3 objective and also 3 research questions. So kalau ikut the construction of the poster, you kena asingkan lah. What is the perception of siapa? Kalau tengok dekat sini of university students lah. Kan? Itu saya punya feedback. Nanti mungkin you boleh get back to ni lah. Okay. So I want to know your opinion regarding social media and also dakwah. Because you state that the impact of this research, it's kind of general, but I want to know your opinion. Point number 2 in impact. It can expand the creativity of da'i in delivering the beautiful message of Islam. So probably during your research, what is or are the advantage and also limitation of using TikTok in order to deliver dakwah?
Yes, thank you, Madam Katini, for the question. The question is my opinion about what is the expand the creativity, how expand the creativity of da'i in the beautiful message of Islam. Right, Madam?
So what is the limitation or advantage of using TikTok as a platform of delivering dakwah?
Okay, based on my case study, I review analysis of Izzati area of University Science Islam Malaysia student. She do the dakwah video about the LGBT content. So the LGBT content the creativity of her video can spread all around the world until Turkey. The video is viral. So I guess my study is want to know
It's okay, continue. Probably if you want to highlight the limitation of using TikTok, for example. Suara on tak tu audio?
Yes. limitation. Limitation is not 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 all people because they does not confidence their knowledge to delivering the message and don't want to face the negative comment from media social. But I saw
Presenter, sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Presenter, you have another 20 seconds to conclude your answer.
Okay. So Izzati Alia do the video. She also get the negative comment, but she can face it. I think the limitation is
Thank you,
individual.
I think I get point in terms of addressing the creativity addiction. Thank you very much for your response and get back to Fariza.
Good. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you also, Akmalia Huda. So therefore, dear participant, from my point of view, some people might say that TikTok only lead to the negative impact, but somehow it has been as one of the best platform to spread da'wah, as this platform managed to grab the audience attention, as this platform has been as one of the most popular platform right now. So therefore, Alhamdulillah, and I could conclude that social media has been as a platform for about Islam and knowledge regarding to the Islam, and it's helped to spread the da'wah globally. We even can reach non-Muslim as our audience, and as a Muslim, we need to try to grab this opportunity, but please to ensure the credibility of your sharing before you share. So presenters and participants, 36 presenters have been presented. Various topics and issues have been discussed. Here I will give some of the summarization from all of this sharing. And as we are in the digital era, we can't deny that the presence of digital media really helps us in our daily life. We keep relying on it. It helps us on studies. It helps us on online buying. It helps us in for heavy entertainment. But somehow we overlook that people use it in a good way because it will lead to a better future for us. So presenters and participants, usually there is always prize giving ceremony at the end of the event. But as our seminar has been held by online, we have decided to take the other initiative to ensure all of our participants will be appreciated. For our lecturers and the presenters, we will post some goods for you. We also will provide e-certificate through email. This will announce 3 best presenters our official social media account. Dear participants, you announce 3 best presenters. You also are reminded to fill the evaluation that has. Thank you for your cooperation. The end of our seminar. To end of seminar, our participants, all of the presenters that do for joining us despite of your and useful. We apologize for any inconvenience aside.
Assalamualaikum. Saya boleh
Yes, yes.
Okay, saya sikitlah. Because minggu ni kita tak ada pun kelas kan. Just I would like to say thank you to everyone yang menjayakan lah. You tahu diri you siapa, just orang kata tepuk lah. Tak payah spotlight lah pun. Tak payah spotlight ni. Siapa yang letak spotlight ni? Okay. Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada semua. Semualah atas kerjasama semua. Kita tahu susah senang bersama cakap pun dah tak betul dah sebab dah pukul 4 petang dah kan. Saya tahu macam Akmal tadi tu dia dah rasa mungkin dia dah rasa stres tadi dia penghujung tadi kan, tapi tak apa Akmal, you did great insya-Allah. Okay. Saya juga nak di kesempatan ini nak ucapkan tahniah di atas kejayaan bersama-sama lah. Setiap orang ada contribution dia, it just yang mana yang memang kita nampak dia punya komitmen dia, yang mana yang mungkin kurang, tapi semua saya tahu, saya percaya semua orang ada contribution dia. Saya juga di kesempatan ini untuk memohon maaf lah apa-apalah saya punya kelemahan di pihak saya, apa-apa yang mungkin kita sama-sama mungkin ada salah faham ataupun tegur hati, kita habiskan dekat situ, kemudian kita buka lembaran baru insya-Allah supaya lebih orang kata lebih cerah dan matang. Ada ni juga ada counting ni juga. Ada masa juga ke tempoh masa tu cakap. Sebenarnya banyaklah juga kalau kita boleh reflect lah sedikit kan. Banyaklah juga pancarobanya juga untuk kita menghadapi yang sesi pada hari ini. Even itulah nantilah kita cerita lah insyaAllah. Tak boleh cerita sekarang lah insyaAllah, nanti kita akan ambil satu masa yang sesuai lah untuk kita story insyaAllah. Okay, so saya rasa itu sahaja. Kita pun, saya tahu you all pun lagi penat lah. InsyaAllah mudah-mudahan kita berjumpa pada minggu hadapan. Asyik-asyik etika pun dah mengantuk dah tu. InsyaAllah lepas ni semayang terus boleh lena lah. Okay, alright. So itu saja daripada saya. Thank you very much and congratulations on successfully organizing the seminar. It's all come from your hard work. InsyaAllah semoga dengan cara ini Allah akan ada berkatilah setiap usaha yang telah dilakukan. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam.
Madam jangan bergambar dulu.
Mungkin boleh kita buat sesi bergambar.
Thank you semua.
Untuk
gambar. Ini kan sesi all saya semua datang apa tu menumpang saya. Okay.
Boleh kan?
Nampak semua galeri.
Oh ya. Siapa yang ambil ni?
Ya.
Apa mic?
Hello. Dengar? Sekejap.
Dah dengar.
Semua tak nampak